Getting the banana split.
Hello, everyone! I hope you can all hear me well, so just let me know if the audio at all isn't working. But welcome to our next session for the Lobotomy Corporation TTRPG. I am super excited. It's so nice to have all of you here. And I have a little thing to read for anyone who has not watched the first sessions, but the fifth trumpet is a sound that you never thought you would hear. It signals the end of the other corporations has come. It is what sounds when the fourth trumpet has gone off in almost all of the other facilities. What has become of those facilities is uncertain. You are unable to get into contact with them, but yours is still standing, and for the moment, the abnormalities inside have yet to escape out into the world beyond. All the four of you know for sure is this. It is your job and duty as Lobotomy Corporation department heads to keep the facility standing, and you will need to suppress the rampaging abnormalities and employees if you are to succeed. Face the fear, build the future. Your AI assistant Ange is watching over you. The four department heads of Branch L53 prevented this facility from meeting the same fate so many of the other L Corp branches did. Instead of being sunk into the ground, with all the employees inside, trapped and left to the mercy of the breaching abnormalities, Branch L53 still stands. And Ange, an AI assistant modeled on the one running the main branch, was spared by the department heads. What has become of the main facility, Branch X394? No one in Branch L53 can be sure. All communication has been lost with the main and branching facilities. But what the department heads know for certain is that they don't have the resources to keep the facility running forever, and that they did make a promise to Ange to find her a body, a real one, and not just this mechanical form she is bound to. The four department heads, Meru, Mix, Pryor, and Kai, plan to venture out of the facility they've been trapped underground in for an indeterminate amount of time. But the state of the world as they knew it before is uncertain, and the first hurdle will be stepping out into L Corp's nest, or rather, what was once L Corp's nest. And so, that brings us to department heads. You all are standing behind the closed doors that lead out of the facility and out into the nest beyond. You've all said your goodbyes that you've needed to say, and you all have a plan in mind for where to go. I think let's start by if each of you want to describe yourselves and your character, and I guess we'll go in order of our department heads as we did before. Our control team department head, Meru. How is Meru feeling right now, standing at these closed doors, ready to walk out into what is beyond?
So Meru, he's
I mean, he's not feeling super great about it. I mean, he seems put together enough from like if someone were to give him like a quick glance. I mean, you know, he looks composed. He's still got his typical Magic Bullet Eagle gear that he's wearing. The collar is all buttoned up like it always is over his face. He probably has been kind of like, you know, when people are nervous and they kind of like keep like adjusting like part of their clothing or something like that. He's kind of been like putting his hands like on his new like little like face like eye mask that he got from as a Judgment Bird Ego gift. And he's rubbing at his hands a lot too. Very antsy about leaving. But he's kind of just keeping to himself because he's resigned himself to the fact that he has for some reason agreed to do this. And he's just kind of waiting for everything to kick off, I guess.
Great. And next up is Mix. How is Mix feeling? And if you
Mix is feeling a lot of things right now, mainly apprehension and anxiety. It's really scary to be out here again after so long. But probably, I believe Mix was away from the outside world the least compared to the others. So it's not completely foreign, but they're still, you know, biting their lip, like rubbing their arm, twitching a little nervously, like their tail is kind of, every now and then it'll like wave around a bit. They look quite different from before, which the big difference, I mean, obviously they've got some new ego gear, but their hair, which used to be a purple with blue highlights, is now a stark jet black with white highlights. And they have some like new sort of almost kind of like scales on their left cheek, although if you look closer they're actually ice. And they have, instead of, you know, holding that familiar frost splinter spear, they have holstered on their sides are a pair of pistols with ornate carvings into them. Very different looking from before, and like I said, Mix is not very encouraged, I suppose. They're not happy.
Okay. And next up would be the training team department head, Pryor. How's Pryor feeling, and how does Pryor look?
Among the managers, one figure literally towers above them. Pryor is for once glad that his chin rests above the rest of his managers so they can't read his expression from the angles he's standing at. As Pryor looks at the door, Senna, I do believe I might be getting a tiny bit of feedback through your mic.
Yeah, I could hear that.
Oh God! Oh no! Shit!
No, we could just
we're
hear
good.
Pryor
We're good.
speaking a little bit as a good double.
No worries. I was like, is someone
Wait,
mocking me? Am I
nothing
doing something
there.
wrong with my intro?
Nothing there is here.
I think my mic fucked up for a second. No.
No worries.
Oh, God.
So standing above the managers, with his chin raised so that they can't quite see his expression, Pryor's face is warped. The eyes, the two dark eyes that frame his face, shadows cast on them from the crown of thorns around his head are determined and forward, but the 3 outcroppings on his cheek are frantic and nervous. They betray how he feels on the inside. Prior left a life of sin behind. Lobotomy Corporation was meant to be a safe haven from the consequences of his actions. And while inside of these walls, he's come to repent for the man he once was. The truth is, he got there because the consequences were all kept behind this door. A door he now has to open to get out to where he needs to be to fulfill the promise he made to his people, his clerks, his employees, and his friend, the manager of this facility, Ange. He rests his hand on the hilt of Life for a Daredevil, straightens his back as the eye of gaze, Schadenfreuden's ego, glances out from his chest, and tracing the thorns one last time, he steels his nerves and looks down at his closest friend among the managers, Kai, to give him an affirmatory, solemn nod. If it's for Kai's sake or Prior's, it's not easy to read on his face.
Kai. How is Kai feeling at this moment?
Kai's appearance hasn't changed as drastically as Mix's, but he does have some new scars on his face and new gear. It's still fluffy, it's just not teddy bear fluffy. Now it's big and will be bad wolf fluffy. A trophy he earned from acting as a lamb chop and being torn up a little bit in a containment unit. But Kai doesn't have as many feelings as the rest of the managers about all of this. I don't think the reality of what's going to happen has set in. He's, as ready as ever to roll with the punches, perhaps, but it's not so much determination as it is acceptance of where he is, as he always has had to do in the past. And he knows that he still has to be there for the people that he cares about, and he can't be weak in a moment like this. So he's just gonna figure out how to manage.
Alright. And so, department heads, you all watch as the doors slowly open. Outside into the nest beyond, and you can talk among yourselves. Ange has already said her farewells. I'm better quiet. Is this any better? I will try to speak up. I apologize everyone for the audio issues tonight. Please bear with us. Is a little better? Alright, I will just speak very loud. I will speak very loud. Let me know if it gets better, if there's still issues. The music loud? I will turn the music down a bit. Let's see. Turn the music down a bit. But yes, oh dear. But yes, a bit better. All right. But yes, managers, you do. Oh my god, oh my gosh, Motsky, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. But yes, managers, you all have already spoken to Ange. There's no more that she has to say. And as the doors creak open, you all see what greets you outside. It is not the nest that you thought or expected it would be. The facility was always located on the outskirts of L Corp's nest, but... well, it's been quite some time since you've all been outside, but you know for sure this was not what it looked like when you first entered the facility. There's a gray sky overhead, and the place looks ruined, ransacked almost.
What does it smell like?
It smells like death. There's blood, there's trash. You're pretty sure, you know well the smell of corpses, and you're fairly certain that that's what you can smell on the wind in this area.
Pryor grabs at his face and actually coughs. And he realizes that due to the disposal protocols here in the facility, it's been many years since he's actually smelled a corpse rot.
The outside always been like this.
I don't recall this being what this looked like before. I think something very, very bad has happened. Probably the same events that, led to the fifth trumpet.
The nest is looking like the back streets. So our fears were correct. The abnormalities, they probably escaped the facilities.
So where are we heading first?
Well, nearby here, Ange handed us the keys to the warehouse, so hopefully there's still a few delivery vehicles that haven't been destroyed by whatever did all this.
Or
At
looted?
least temporary transportation. Pryor looks around cautiously. Does he hear anything?
You hear, make me actually a wits awareness check to see what you hear.
Absolutely.
No set DC. The higher you roll, the more that you will hear.
Pryor is looking around and he says, he looks kind of like he's debating what to do, and then he goes, Meru, manager Meru, you've had the sharpest senses of all of us. Would you mind taking a moment to try and scout out the area with me?
Meru, he's kind of been the shock of what he's seen when the doors open is kind of like it like takes him a second to process what Pryor said to him, but he, without any snarky remark or anything, he just silently nods his head in agreement.
Pryor would like to provide a help dice to Meru then, if Meru would like to make a wits awareness.
Sure.
Yes.
Alright. So it's... I just add +1, just to double check.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. And you said no DC?
No DC. It's basically the higher you roll, the more you will get.
Yes, okay, cool. I will roll.
No, let me take a look and see.
Oh my god.
All right, so we've
Mary has
already
never heard
started.
anything in his entire life.
So,
no.
can I use a point of willpower?
Yes,
Wait,
yes.
wait.
Would you like to
Oh
use
my
a point
God.
of willpower?
Listen, this is how it always starts. It always starts. I roll horribly. All
We're
right.
distorting.
It's so
We're
over.
listening so hard, we're
Oh
gonna
my
turn into
God.
monsters.
Remind me how it works again. Do I just roll 3
Yes,
dice?
you're going to want to right click on the chat message, and then there should be a willpower reroll button.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, let's reroll. How do I... Wait, okay. I pressed it, but nothing happened.
Also, Senna, I just sent you something in the in the privates.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't select any dice. That makes sense. I see. Well,
Oh my god.
we got 2. We got... Listen, we got...
Right.
It's something...
Marrow is not doing well.
Oh no.
He's not doing great.
No.
Listen, he's doing his best. He's doing his best.
Mix, how are your wits and awareness? Because I have 2 dots of wit and 1 dot of awareness, so I'm not.
Great question, Kai. My wits and awareness are not good either. It is a total of 1
Awesome.
dot.
Oh.
We're doing so good.
No, Mero just realizes that he has to clean out his ears.
Look, well, no, the real thing is just Meru has a blindfold on his face.
Mero has a blindfold
We're trying
and a
to see what
mask
we can
on.
hear, though.
No, it should help him that he can't see or speak right, that
Yeah, listen, he's just so...
He's only small.
he's only little. It's like a culture shock,
Yeah,
Or,
he's
like,
just
he's
he's
leaving.
kind of stuck in his head right now. He's getting flashbacks to all the time he had spent on the back street. He was expecting a nest, and now he's basically staring at the place he was trapped in for years. So he's not exactly feeling super aware. That's totally what's going on.
Yeah, no, for sure. Alright, is Meru hearing anything?
Yes. So, with what Meru got, Meru can also. So I'm trying to talk as loud as I possibly can because audio. Meru, you got 2 successes total, I think, right? No, you still, or did you only still get 1
No.
success?
I have 2 successes.
Okay. Yeah, with 2 successes, you can hear there is something. It sounds like a fight, like a scuffle. There is something going on not too far away from where you all have exited. But as for just what it is, you have no clue. You don't know how dangerous it is. You don't know how many people there are, but there's definitely some sort of conflict going on nearby.
Awesome. I guess is Meru able to just relay that information to the rest of the party?
Yep. It's not anything immediate to you all, so you are able to relay that information.
Okay, cool. So Meru will do that.
Pryor considers this for a long moment, and then he lets out this deep sigh. So, managers, We know our objective. Explore the nest. Figure out what's happening. Scout out the area. And I know I said it before, but this is our last reminder. As soon as we step foot over this, he sort of gestures to the door frame. We're no longer managers at L Corp. If anyone asks, we all are agreed, right? If the wing falling did do all of this, our allegiances are going to be our downfall. All right then. Shins up, back straight. Let's go, slow and steady. And Pryor will step over the line.
I mean, I gotta follow my prior, so I guess I'm next up. We're just going to the warehouse. It's totally chill. We are so fine. We're going to be so okay and not even a little bit murdered.
Mix just sighs and just walks forward. They don't see really the big deal here. Like, it's just a warehouse. Fine. There's no need for another pep talk, especially not one from Pryor.
Well, Meru is more than willing to be at the, to kind of stay a little behind everyone. He wants to keep everyone in front of him in case there's something he needs to react to quickly. He doesn't want anyone, especially Mix, who's never really been out in a situation like this, to be behind him, because then he can't see if something happens. So he is more than willing to let everybody go a little ahead of him, and then he'll follow.
All right. In that case, then, do we need to roll anything to make it to the warehouse?
Are you heading towards where Meru heard things?
Is that the same direction as where we know the equipment's being stored?
Oh, no, it is not the same direction as where the equipment's being stored.
Pryor does look back and say, I do admit logically, I don't want to get jumped. If something's fighting nearby, maybe we might be able to catch it off guard before it comes around and finds us. I think maybe we'll have a tactical advantage if we engage first.
I mean, whatever you say, Mr. Pryor, but is it really our fight? You know? Do we have to? Do you think that we're ready to engage immediately after leaving this facility?
Pryor glances down at his ego gear, glances at the weapons they're carrying, and gives a small shrug and says, I think we're as kitted up for a fight as we're ever going to be. It'll be a good chance to see what's actually up here in the back streets. The nest. The similarities are starting to get to me already. I admit, if someone's in trouble, maybe they'll be able to tell us something about this place, about what happened. But we're going to lose our opportunity if we don't move now. I have no ability to force you all, and I will understand completely if we want to go avoid this scuffle, but I think we're not going to have a better chance to maybe understand what's actually a threat up here.
I'm with Prior regardless, but Mix, Meru, do you have any qualms? I don't want to presume.
Well, Meru will sigh and he'll say, I guess if you think it's best, I'll come along.
Yeah. That'd be good.
So, do you all decide to make your way towards the noise first rather than the warehouse?
I think that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
All right. Are you all trying to stealth your way there?
Prior thinks that discretion is the better part of valor. Getting the jump on an enemy is normally better.
In that case, can you all make me a dex stealth roll?
Oh no.
That's crazy.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Oh, I'm actually just realizing.
Oh.
On Foundry, can I easily just okay, I can just adjust my sheet. I realized there were some things that weren't changed on my sheet. Because it didn't show my my stealth. But I got it. I got it now.
Well, you said Dex and Stealth. Or what? What are we doing? Huh?
Yeah,
No,
dex
wait.
stealth.
Yeah. All right. So this is gonna be amazing. What is difficulty?
Difficulty is... Right, I never did give you all that. The difficulty for this stealth check would be DC 3.
Okay, let's see. Stealth plus dexterity.
All right. It's so over.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I've forgotten how to roll.
No
you're
worries.
good.
No, one more time. Sorry,
This
what
is
am
a-
I doing? Yeah.
This is a great refresher. If you pull up your sheet and you click on the stealth, it should bring up just the roll that you make, your dexterity plus stealth.
Oh, okay, that is what I'm doing. I don't know why it's nothing's happening when I click on stealth.
It should bring up a second box that says skill plus attribute.
Yeah. No, I just it isn't doing that.
Okay, hold on. It's working for me. You might want to try reloading the page.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're all good. Don't worry.
Okay, I didn't
Yeah,
think
so-
I was that forgetful.
No worries. Yes, I just clicked into your sheet, and your sheet is working. I think it might just be on your...
Okay. Yeah, okay, great, fantastic. Sorry about that. You said difficulty 1, was it?
DC3.
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 Oh, so I'm not gonna make it. Okay. Well,
I'm
Prior-
so back.
So
Prior is gonna
we're
spend a
so
point of will.
over.
Prior is going to try and spend a point of willpower. The chances of succeeding are unlikely, but if he can get the drop, that matters a lot for him.
You can't.
Oh.
All right, this is a great start. So Meru is successfully stealthed.
All right, so Meru is the only one of you who is successfully stealthed, that means.
He's so small, they don't even notice.
Yes. So, all of you, because you will see them before they notice you, do all of you see that there is a group of people gathered, and let me pull them out. So you all see 4 people dressed in the same sort of suits, all carrying swords. And in front of them are two other people who are both basically on the ground. They look very injured, like they're doing very not good at the moment. And as you all approach, they don't notice Meru, but they do look up and turn and see the 3 of you approaching.
As Meru fades into the shadows, I imagine that Pryor is trying to stick, but he's not used to moving through urban environments anymore. He's not used to the clutter and the sounds of glass under his feet. It's been a while since he's been in a place this unsanitary, unsterile. And as soon as he's seen, he sort of straightens his back and looks between Mix and Kai. And I'm guessing Pryor recognizes these uniforms.
Yes, Pryor does indeed. The rest of you, if you want more information, in addition to what I will tell you now, you can make a Wits Streetwise or an Int Streetwise, and that goes for all of you. Mix, however, is making it at a -2 penalty.
Streets, what are those?
What did you say the roll was?
Wits
Int or
What
Wits or
streetwise?
Int plus street, yeah.
Wits or int
Cool.
plus streetwise,
Is
yeah.
there it's not something with a DC, right? It's just the more you roll, the more you know.
The more you actually, it's a base DC of 3 to even recognize them, though.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
Cool.
okay. Well,
That makes sense.
I'm gonna have to do great then.
We're so
Wait, damn.
back. We're so back.
Mara popping off.
All right, so I'll first say what Pryor knows regarding them. Pryor, you recognize these as members of the Kurokumo Clan. You know that they are a subsidiary of the Thumb, that they do not get along with the middle, given being a different finger, belonging to a different one. And you know that they are quite ruthless, and they're known for their colors that they wear and the katanas that they carry. Kai, you have no clue who they are. You know enough to know they're syndicate members, most likely, or gang members of a sort, but you don't know anything beyond that. Meru, you do recognize them. They were active in a bit in the neighborhood where you grew up, not very much so, given the middle's grip on that area. But every now and again, you remember seeing a couple scuffles with them that were happening in the neighborhood. You also know what they're called. You know, too, about the what they're known for wearing. But that's pretty much the extent of your knowledge also, is that they are members of one of the fingers, or at least a subsidiary of one of the fingers.
Great.
Pryor, turning to Meru and seeing recognition, he sort of looks back, says, well, actually, he doesn't see Meru. He looks and Meru's gone. And he's glad at least one of them is hidden properly. And as his eyes turn back over to the gang members, his hand rests on Life for a Daredevil's hilt and says, "Nice swords! I didn't think the Syndicate came into the nests very often."
2 of them remain where they are, dealing with the cowering people. I'm gonna move down here. But The other two start to move forward, drawing their weapons. And they say, "This nest has fallen. It's our territory now." And I'm gonna see if they recognize you. They do not. They look you up and down, but they don't seem to... There is no recognition in their eyes, just annoyance at you interfering with them.
Pryor looks over at Kai and says, "You've always been better at reading people than me. Do you think they can be talked down?"
I think we're gonna have to jump these guys, Pryor.
I expected as much. Pryor looks towards Mix and sees if they're on the same page as me and Kai.
Mix is just kind of looks nervously at these strangers and then back at the others. They don't really give an answer, but you know, I think they don't even necessarily seem ready. They just seem at a loss.
All right. Pryor takes the moment that they're not striking, and if no one else will do anything, Pryor holds a hand out like he's going to say something, and then slowly withdraws the katana from his back. And as he does, he would like to empower his ego gear.
You may.
Yippee!
That's 4 successes against difficulty 4.
Your gear is empowered.
As Pryor draws life for a daredevil from its sheath, the ego begins to glow, and this blue liquid that he seems to have kept in the sheath shines as he withdraws it fully. And as he holds it out with one hand, he looks at them and says, "I truly hope you're satisfied with the life you've lived." And Pryor readies himself to strike.
They sort of scoff at that. And their own swords are drawn. And if you're all ready to begin combat then... I would say we'll probably go in order. Pryor and Kai are the closest, and Meru and Mix are in the back. So you have drawn your sword if you'd like to begin.
Absolutely. Pryor, with his blade drawn, sees them draw a blade and instantly moves in past Kai. Bringing the blade high, he dances quickly, and Pryor, his eyes sharpen, and in his mind, he tries to see them as an abnormality to suppress as he draws his hands back and lances for the chest.
All right, and you're making this at DC free. That's a hit.
Let's go.
Pryor sees the blow coming in high, and as he does, he steps and moving like liquid through the air. He pushes the sword away and brings it across their chest. The wound does not cut, but instead it severs. There is a line drawn through their chest, and it feels as if their very flesh crumbles beneath pale damage. That is going to be 4 aggravated pale damage.
That for them is They are not having a good time. I'll say that for sure. So 4 aggravated tail damage.
Does 4 aggravated pale damage.
And they are weak to that. So they are. Oh gosh. Yeah, you bring your blow in, and in a single hit, this Kurokumo henchman is looking worse for wear. It's almost as if you've cut into his soul itself, and he kind of, his eyes sort of widen. Like, he was just expecting you all to be pushovers, and he kind of, like, holds a hand to his chest. The other 3 immediately have gone on guard.
Absolutely. And as Pryor ends his statement, he brings the blade up past his eyes and drops to one knee in a guard. He will take a -1 penalty to his dodge rolls to get low.
All right. Kai, it's your turn up next.
Well, I don't have my bear paws anymore, but I've got wolf claws instead, and I'm always right behind Pryor. So, if one guy's already almost dead, I think I'm gonna go for the finishing blow. And I'm gonna try to run up and swipe at his chest and try to claw his heart out of the cavity.
Alright.
So sorry, one more time, what should I roll for this?
For this, if you could roll your... it's your Claws of Cobalt, right there at the bottom of your custom
sick.
rolls.
Difficulty 4, was it?
Difficulty free.
3. Yay!
Right. You hit. And those deal... +3 aggravated red on a hit. So you are doing... you're doing 3 red damage. That kills him.
Yeah.
If you're going for the kill.
I am going for the kill. I'm trying to rip his heart out of his chest cavity.
Oh gosh, would you like to describe?
I understand that the cut was more, to his soul, but there's already kind of a blueprint there that I can follow, and, I'm gonna run up and with my, disgusting, jagged, long claws, I'm gonna carve into his rib cage, and a lot of red chunks are going to come out of him as I swipe completely across and watch the light leave his eyes. Kai isn't really fully here in the moment outside of fighting, so he feels nothing as he watches this random stranger fall limp to the ground.
And he collapses to the ground. The rest of the henchmen are kind of looking... Oh, wait, you have all spent it! Yes, so you may all heal for a sanity damage.
Back to full willpower. Love to see it.
Yes.
I'll put mine in reserve until I do.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm good for now.
Yeah.
Me and
very
Kai are cool.
We're so
light,
cool.
and you can feel a bit of your resolve come back.
Pryor watches this display, and he doesn't like that he can't find it in himself to grimace. There is a purpose to this violence. And he looks at Kai and says, "Let's finish what we started."
For the sake of defending these people that we, might be able to get something out of, absolutely, I will follow you to the ends of the earth.
We'll work on it. And he falls back into his guard.
And does Kai also get low?
I don't think that Kai, or I mean, he's certainly ready to attack. I don't know that he has much of a strategy outside of just like holding his claws out, you know?
Does Kai duck down because he knows there's a certain someone behind him?
Oh fuck. I've got to decide if I think that if Kai would be smart enough to think of that in the moment.
Briar has gotten low himself. He is speaking from a hunched over one-kneed position.
Yeah, okay, Kai gets low then. And that's a -1 for rolling to dodge.
Yep, -1 to dodge.
Okay. Yeah, Kai's gonna duck because he knows what's coming. Or at least because he knows that Prior knows what's coming.
Alright, and we'll go to Meru and Mix. Meru, it's your turn.
Alright.
They're free henchmen. They were all in a line. I just did not have room for all of them there.
Oh, my favorite thing is when everyone's in a line. Alright, yeah, no, Meru's been in the shadows.
Oh yeah, you're turning from stealth.
But I think at this point, to get an optimal positioning, he probably steps out of the shadow for a second. His gun is already ready and aimed. And he's just gonna do what he always does. Now there isn't really a need to, well, would there be a need for him to use his new ego gift? I guess why not? I guess why not? Why not? What's the difficulty?
For your new ego gift?
No, I mean like for shooting.
Oh, shooting? It is a DC free.
Yeah, I do not believe it is actually.
Oh no, you're coming out of stealth. It's a DC 1.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. All right. Yeah. No. Now watch this be the worst roll ever. So we're gonna just do what we always do, and we're gonna shoot magic bullet. And
quick question: are the two civilians? Are they already like on the ground?
Yes, they are on the ground. They were on their backs on the ground.
Oh, lucky them. Because I wasn't gonna lower anything.
Oh my god.
So I'm just gonna roll. And I did use my Justicia onto whoever was in front.
Alright.
Because Meru hates he hates syndicates. So they're all guilty, but he just picked the one in front of him.
Alright, so I'm gonna be so real right now. You're dealing 8 plus 4 damage to them.
Hey, 7 plus 4. 7 plus 4 damage.
My bad. 7 plus 4 damage to them. They are all dead.
Oh.
They are all dead.
As expected.
Meru, my goat!
Did you want me to describe?
Yes, would you like to describe?
Yeah, sure. So like I said, Meru, he had stepped out of the shadows, and he had, his cheek slightly rested against the butt of the gun, and so without saying a word, he's had a moment to kind of collect himself. He's fully now in his like Backstreets mode, I guess. He aims magic bullet, and as the portals start to form in the front of the end of the barrel, the eye wrappings around his face, near where his right eye is, no, his left eye, it begins to glow, but not in the normal like deep blue that it does to signify his Derfrashid's corrosion. Instead, this time it glows this weird, like, really bright light blue, almost like a teal. And he fires magic bullet, and it soars and gets 3 headshots in a row. Leaving behind that crackling blue electricity from the bullet.
And they all fall to the ground, the bullet piercing through their heads. And Takahiro, Ashen, thank you for the raid. Thank you.
I cannot imagine how much blood has just like been spurted onto these two poor innocents on the ground.
Well, here's the messy thing. Derfratius's bullets leave no blood.
Oh.
Yep. So there's no blood. They just fall and collapse to the ground.
He is covered in blood, however.
Yeah,
Well,
Kai is
yeah,
covered
but I
in
wanted
blood,
it there. That's my thing.
And there are 4 dead Kurokumo Clan members on the ground. The 2 people who have been cowering on the ground, and now you all do realize there are what was once people on the ground besides these 2. You're not sure their relations, but there are other people who have been beheaded by what looks like a clean swipe of the sword. These 2 are shaking very badly, just kind of like in a mix of awe and horror.
I hate how easy that was. Prior sheaths life for a daredevil. He turns to look back at Mix.
Mix is looking away. You can't see their face.
He doesn't push the issue immediately. He turns back to Kai. And the words that are going to leave his mouth are, "You're the most charismatic of all of us." But then he sees that Kai is covered in blood and clutching a human heart.
I was going to say about the same. I was gonna look down at my paws and be like, I don't think that I'm gonna be a comfort to these people in the state that I am in right now.
With everyone else preoccupied, Pryor does step forward, his blade sheathed, and looks as authoritative as he can. He puffs out his chest, raises his chin, and 5 eyes look down at them.
They are horrified, and one of them kind of points with a shaking hand and asks, "Are you a distortion?"
I don't think we'd be having this conversation if I was, would we?
I guess that's true.
I'm sorry we weren't faster. I take it that you're residents of this nest?
Yes. I mean, what was once the nest. I guess it's not really L Corp's nest anymore.
I see. Pryor pauses for a minute and looks between them and says, "You can get up. We have no desire to take your lives."
They shakily stand, looking very nervous and very hesitant.
I take it that things here are worse than... Pryor is not sure how much he can reveal. And unless one of the other Magers steps forward, he pauses for a long second, a very probably uncomfortable second for these 2, before he puts his hands forward and says, "We are not from this nest." Which is not a lie. Do you know what the date is?
The date? It's... And the day that they give to you, and the year that they give to you, does not match up. with how much time you know you've been inside Lobotomy Corporation.
Pryor expected as much, but I imagined it's off by a significant number.
It is. You remember, as far as you're aware, it had only been about, I believe, a year and a half ago. The date they give you is closer to 2 to 3 years.
All right, Pryor doesn't make that sound. Pryor accepts this with a wave of dispassioned grief. And as he recovers, he says, I see. And the Kurokumo Clan has taken over the nest then, and no corporation has come to rise in L Corp's fall yet?
They kind of exchange a glance. And do you want to make me a charisma persuasion or charisma leadership check to get them only at DC 2 to get them to open up more?
I will gladly make a leadership check. Pryor, in that case, when he sees them start to crumble, squares his shoulders and takes on an air of authority and says, "This information is going to be critical. We're here to protect you, but we can't do it without proper information. Help us to help you." Pryor will make a charisma leadership check. They don't recognize me, and that's a good thing.
They do not. They do not. I imagine you're not wearing the chain right now.
I am. Pryor is absolutely not.
Yes. They hesitate for a second, and then they say, "It's not really certain right now. The thumb and the index have been fighting over the nest. Some people have been paying the Kurokumo Clan protection fees. We think that they might be the ones who will win, but there have been other people who have been... I mean, if you get a prescript, there's not much you can do about it."
I see.
You know that word. The rest of you can make a streetwise check at DC 4 this time to see if you know that word.
Just straight up streetwise?
Yeah.
Sorry, int or wit streetwise?
Why not?
I'm not gonna
What's a
make
street?
this.
Why not? I will roll. 'Cause why not?
Oh, you know,
What was the DC?
DC 4.
Oh, there's a chance.
yeah, there's not
And
a.
I failed.
I
And I don't need to know that badly.
even if I roll perfectly.
Well, you could crit. You could have crit, but you got close.
Yeah, the two of you don't know what prescripts are. Mix doesn't know what a prescript is. Pryor, you know of prescripts. You know that the index hands them out. That is about all you know about them. That is something within that finger of the 5 fingers that they deliver to those who are under their protection.
Pryor does turn and he does actually explain it as that he quickly fills the rest in and turns back and says, "My companions aren't as informed on what it's like to be living under the syndicates. But if that's the case, do you two have Pryor, unless someone steps in, it's very clear Pryor's wrestling with his morality right now. So if someone wants to step in, now would be the time to stop Pryor from letting his big bleeding heart get ahead of his mouth.
I fully do not think that I am. I might be too menacing right now to do so. Nyx or Meru?
I'm gonna be so real with you. I think Meru's more interested in trying to see if he can loot anything from the dead bodies.
All right.
Absolutely.
Yes!
Well-
Meru is looting the corpses.
I will say while this conversation is happening, Meru can absolutely be, if you're scavenging, you can
Can I?
make me a dex survival to loot the corpses.
thank you. Thank you so
the
much. I'm doing that.
Higher you roll, the more you find.
I didn't say anything earlier, but like near the beginning of that conversation when Pryor seemed to be fumbling pretty hard, Kai was face palming, so now he has blood on his face too.
We look like such put together people. We have like one person who looks ripped straight out of like the prime nest. Someone looting bodies actively. Someone's smearing human blood over their face, and the most disconcerting looking multi-eyed man ever. We're making great first impressions here in the city. Is Mix still distracted?
Mix is non-responsive. You're gonna have to go to Mix if you want Mix to talk. They're not in a good state right now.
Prior then, with no one stopping his worst impulses, which are his best impulses, it's a confusing reaction here. He looks down at them and he says, "Do you two have somewhere safe to go?"
I don't know where's safe at the moment. I mean, the Kurokumo Clan's been just pulling people out of their apartments.
You look relatively... Perhaps I might have a job opportunity for the two of you. Somewhere safer than living here.
There's a safe place in this city?
Moderately more so. I can't say it's pleasant. There's work to be done. But you can be fed 3 meals a day. Safe place to sleep. Somewhere the clan can't find you.
The one who hasn't really been talking speaks up and says, "We'll take it."
Pryor looks between the two of them and his gaze is cold and he says, "I want you to think for a moment. Are you sure?"
They kind of both exchange a look, and they're quiet, and then they both nod, and they say, yes, anything's better than this war zone right now.
All right. He turns back and says, "When we head back to we're heading back to the workshop, Mix, you mind letting Ange know to open the doors again? We found 2 more employees."
Right.
And he looks back and he turns to them and he says, "All right then, follow me." And he'll lead the two of them back to the gates of L Corp facility.
They will follow him obediently. Meru, meanwhile, you've been looting the bodies of... So just to check, is Meru looting the Kurokumo Clan bodies? Is Meru looting the utter dead civilians?
Oh, no. Well, that's actually a good question. I was going to say, obviously, the Kurokumo Clan, because it's, syndicate stuff. But then I was like, people from the Nest might have stuff. But then also, he doesn't know how long this has been going on. He probably is actually just going to loot the Kurokumo Clan, because they probably have the better chance of still having useful stuff on them.
All right. You're able, if you want, to take their swords. You're able to, you find they have on, which is the currency on them, which you can take. They Also, with 4 successes, I will say you find it looks like a pretty valuable piece of jewelry that one of them has.
Ooh. Oh, these are options.
You can take all of those, by the way.
I'm taking.
Yeah,
Oh.
those are just options. Those are like you can take all of this stuff.
Well, obviously, I'm taking it all.
And you can list that in the Others tab of your character sheet.
Yep.
All right.
So you can add that Meru now has 4 swords.
I don't think he can carry 4.
Meru has 4 swords. No, you can put it in your cloak.
In my cloak. Oh,
It's
you
like
know what?
Mary
Maybe he
Poppins.
find a way to attach them to his belt.
It like clinks every time he walks.
Ange is like, all right, I'll never. Ange is like, these managers, I'm setting them off on their own. It may be months before they return, and 5 minutes later they return, and Meru like drops off 4 swords and a piece of jewelry, and we drop 2 more employees off. We're like, all right,
he's
fine.
keeping the piece of jewelry. He's keeping that. He'll drop off the swords though. How much money were we talking?
I would say
Pocket change?
What'd you say?
Pocket change?
No, it's not just pocket change. It's actually a pretty substantial amount.
Oh, shit.
Like, it's not like, it's not like they were carrying, like, a ton around, but, like, it's enough money. I need to, like, check, like, an exact price, but it's probably, like, the equivalent of, like, 100 United States dollars.
Oh, let's go. $100? I'll take it. Cool. Yeah, no, Meru, he's happy with that. I think once he finishes looting the bodies, he probably realizes what just happened while he was too busy, like, in his, like, I need to find things to survive mode. And he realizes that Pryor's starting to walk back with the 2 people, and he's like, hold up. And he's like, we're bringing more mouths to feed?
They're the one resource that we can't easily replenish. If we're going out to get supplies anyway, it makes sense that we bring in more to help with the facility. Food won't be an issue once we've accomplished our objective.
If we
Besides,
accomplish our objective.
when we accomplish our objective. Failure is not an option.
God, I hate people like you. Whatever. Let's keep moving.
They hate me because they ain't me.
I think I have other reasons.
Pryor smirks to himself as he brings the 2 of them back to probably the outside looks like a destroyed, collapsed doorway. And he'll hit a flip open like a destroyed looking keypad, punch in his override key, and wait to see if Ange approves the door opening.
The tablet that Mix has, although I don't know if Mix is in a state to answer it, does flicker to life, and a familiar face is on the tablet, glowing out of it.
Max will answer it.
Managers, why are you all standing outside the facility after having left and with 2 people?
The deafening silence is
I know.
like
Can Meru step forward and
Yes.
Mix, would Meru be able to take the tablet from their hands for the moment?
I think so.
Okay, well Meru will snatch that tablet. and he will say, Miss Ange, Mr. Pryor made a stupid decision. He wants to let people into the facility.
And why is it that he does? And it's clear Ange is kind of like, the voice is being directed at him as if she knows that he's there. probably within earshot.
Well, Mary will just say, well, because it's Mr. Pryor.
Department head
Pryor-
Meru.
Oh, he lets Ange finish. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
she simply just kind of sighs and goes, Department head Meru, I don't think that is a sufficient answer, even if it's what I understand.
But if you understand, then why do I have to give more explanation? There are people, and my God, there were innocent civilians, and Mr. Pryor just couldn't bear to let two fully grown adults go deal with their own business, and now he wants them to work for us.
As head of the training department, it is my job and duty to scout out potential talent and bring them back so that they can be trained efficiently.
Whatever
While it
happened
is
to once
true-
we step out of the facility, we're no longer managers?
Well,
That's what you said.
I still left something inside the facility, so I guess there's a little bit of manager still in me.
Yeah.
After the events, we need more manpower. We can do some good here. I mean, we had a margin of error in our calculation for a reason. We won't have a chance to do this again when we get further from the facility. It's just one good deed. It doesn't mean much to us. I think it'll mean the world to these two.
Well, and he kind of just, like, lazily, like holds the tablet out and goes, if you want to talk to her, go ahead. I'm done.
He takes the tablet and looks at Ange's flickering face and says, I understand it's irrational. But if you give people the chance to be more than they were, they surprise you more often than not.
Ange's eyes are closed. And she takes a deep sigh. And she says, well, I suppose the only other option would be killing them now that they know of this place, so I guess Kit and Chris will have some more training and onboarding to do with the new agents who know nothing of this place.
Consider it a trial by fire for them.
That it will be. And the doors open.
Cool.
To the
Pryor
facility.
tosses the tablet back to Mix.
Does Mix catch the tablet or?
No, Mix
Did Mix have
does.
to roll? Okay.
Nah, I was just
Yeah,
wondering
no.
if Mix was
Yeah.
like.
Pryor doesn't even consider handing it back to Meru. He's like, oh, Meru took it from Mix. It must be Mix's tablet. And with that, he turns to the two of them, putting his hands behind his back, and as he looks between them and says, all right, you had your chance to back out. Welcome, new employees, to the last standing L Corp facility in probably the entire city.
They both exchange like a surprised look, and they're like, "There's one still standing."
Right behind those doors.
They turn toward the doors, turn to look at each other, and then slowly, hesitantly head into the facility.
You'll be treated well. I
I-
understand you're hesitant, but face the fear, and we will build the future.
God, corny.
I'm a sucker for a good slogan. What can I say?
Yeah, you could say a lot of things.
You two will be fine. They'll go take your name, give you an employee ID, and train you everything you'll need to know to survive. And survive you will. We stood when everyone else failed because we had a different vision. We soared while the other L Corps sank. Good luck. Be well.
Thank you. They both kind of like bow their heads to you as the doors to the facility close.
Wait, before the doors close.
Yes.
Can Meru toss the swords to them?
Yes. Maybe
like, or at least like hand them. It's not actually gonna like accidentally slice them.
I like the idea that they're all in the sheaths and you just toss them like a bundle of sticks at them.
Yeah, no, something like that. And he's just like, "Oh, take these two. I don't need them."
They kind of like jump away from the swords, like they're almost afraid of being attacked by them. The swords do fall into the facility, like. They don't catch them, but the swords are now on the ground, like behind.
They can't
the
even
door.
catch an item. They're gonna die. They can't even catch an item. They're gonna die. Good luck.
Prior just tries to maintain some stoic facade as the doors are slowly closing, but a single bead of sweat is like going down his eye, down his forehead, and like one of the eyes like squints and blinks as the sweat gets into the eye on his cheek. Oh god, yeah. If Prior sweats or cries, those eyes on his cheek must get really irritated.
Yeah.
But the door closes and he runs his hand along the thorn of the crown of thorns around his head and goes, "Still haven't forgot what you taught me, old friend. Still haven't forgotten." And turning back to the group, he clasps his hands together and goes, "Manager Mix. I won't treat you like a child. Welcome to the back streets. You, if you need anything."
Let's get moving.
Understood. I think that was successful, and we don't need a speech. And Pryor turns around and starts walking towards the warehouse.
And as you all head toward the warehouse, I'm going to say we will be right back just as I figure out audio so we can have some music for this game. But we will be back in about, I would say, 5 minutes, likely. 10 minutes tops. So let me just... Hello, everyone. We
We
are
all
back.
died.
Yeah, they all died actually. Everyone's dead. Campaign's over. I was just making sure if there were any audio issues, but we are back into it, and you have all dropped those people off at Lobotomy Corporation and are now headed toward the warehouse.
We are.
Yar.
Indeed. Just a quick recap for those who are just jumping back into us after the break or who haven't seen us yet. Our 4 managers have just had their first encounter with the Kurokumo Clan, and having easily used their superior ego gear and armaments to dispatch them, and Pryor's big heart perhaps getting the best of him and sending more civilians into the already slowly resource-starving Lobotomy Corporation branch they came from. The 4 managers head off to the warehouse to hopefully find a working vehicle just to get them out of the nest and hopefully closer towards their objective.
And with that, you all head to the warehouse. You all see that in the warehouse, it looks like there are the delivery trucks, the vehicles that are all kept inside there to bring out the energy. And you can all look around. You can all discuss with each other after the encounter you've had. And I am here if there are any rolls that need to be made.
Pryor doesn't waste any time as he reaches the front gate. He's sort of leaves the other managers to discuss among themselves if they wish. He's just focusing on getting into the warehouse and trying to find a truck.
I would say you're able to find one easily enough that's working. No roll needed to find a working truck in here.
Perfect.
Oh, no.
Pryor whistles as he looks over it and says, "Well, I would have said this is the top of the line model, but probably 2 or 3 years out of date now."
We have the keys.
Pryor checks around to see if he can find the keys. We can probably hotwire it if we need to, but let's see if we get lucky first.
You can make me a DC free wits awareness. Any one of you to find the keys.
I mean, I can always roll. I got a 7 dice pool.
I'm not very witty or aware.
Oh, you can always take half, Meru, sorry. I believe you half of that would be 3.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I can just take half.
There we go.
All right. In that case, yeah, you find the keys, no problem. They're in the usual spot that they're hidden. Not that you know what the usual spot would be, but I'd say Meru's actually probably pretty well versed in breaking and entering into places, knowing the places that people would hide things, having to have survived on the back streets.
Yeah.
Yep. You find them, no problem.
Yeah, no, Meru's not great at picking a lock, but he certainly can find other ways of breaking and entering and looking around. So yeah, he finds the keys. When he sees them, he quickly snatches them up. He says, I think I got him. He turns to the rest of the group and goes, but does anyone even know how to drive this thing? I've never... I don't know how.
I mean, surely one of us knows how to drive a vehicle. You know how to drive, right, Kai?
Give me the keys.
You can drive, Mix? Manager Mix?
Give them here.
Meru, he hesitates and he goes, you know, normally I
said
would.
give me the keys!
Meru will give them the keys.
Let's just get out of here. Sorry. Come on. Hopefully we have some gas in this thing.
Is
Okay.
actually, is siphoning or checking gas? I mean, I guess we can just check the gas levels when we turn on the car, because there's, like, the gauge, but is that, like, a mechanic, or are we just going with the idea that this tank is full?
The tank is full. I will give you that.
Alright.
I will say, you all imagine that at some point you're going to need more gas. But for now, that is not a worry that all of you have.
Pryor doesn't say anymore. He kind of hops into... so the way I kind of... If I could see this car in my mind's eye, I imagine it's not quite like a fuel tanker. I imagine it's like I'm seeing like a converted, almost like ambulance style car, where it's like you could easily replace like the big like empty back with like it's not quite an 8-wheeler, more of a 6-wheeler.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah. So yeah, Pryor nods at the thing and goes, "This will guzzle fuel like Red and like Little Red Riding Mercenary and Elkafelin, but it'll get us where we need to go."
And do you all hop in?
Yep. Pryor gets in the very back. He doesn't need to be riding in the front. And as he slides in, he drops his big, heavy bag, this metal containment unit with the little Quibblethep meltdown counter on it, reading currently 9, where he keeps all of his equipment he's brought with him from the facility.
If Mix is driving, Kai trusts that Meru can perhaps deal with them better than he can or wants to at the moment. He's just gonna get in the back, shove his little box of belongings underneath his seat, and probably try to get a little bit of rest. Because it's... I imagine that we just woke up at like 4 a.m. to leave at 5 a.m., got into a fight the moment that we got out of the doors.
Yes.
A nap might be nice.
Real.
Yes. I will say, I did forget to specify that. You did all leave at 5 a.m. Or right around in the morning. Ange advised leaving, because you all know about night on the back streets also. And even if you were going into a nest, it's never good being out at night, even in the nests.
Yeah, night driving isn't great, especially if our theory about the nest falling was correct, which it was. Pryor will lean between the 2 seats to the front of the vehicle and be like, "We know where we're heading, right?"
Right.
All right.
Oh.
Like I said, he looks at Meru.
Meru's the last one to get into the car. He's very hesitant to get in this car because he sees Mix's attitude and he goes, "I don't know if I trust someone to drive the car like in this attitude." But he begrudgingly, that's what he was trying to say to Mix the whole time. Like, he begrudgingly hops in the passenger seat, shuts the door, and it may not be the best thing to say, but he does look at Mix and goes, "Check your attitude, please." And then just leans back in his seat. He's not very happy.
Mix turns the keys in the ignition, and as the truck comes to life, they rest their hands on the wheel for a bit, and then they start moving.
Pryor sits back and a question, Mr. DM.
Yes. What's up?
Do we have an old map of the nest at least?
You do. You
Yes.
all have an old map of the nest and an old map of the city.
Perfect.
And I should say, if you're looking at the map, because I believe I know where you're all heading toward,
Yeah.
you see that your facility, and actually it's the LobCorp world map. You take out your map. Where exactly are you looking at on it, or which place are you looking for?
Well, currently, Pryor is marking, careful not to actually mark on the map where the facility is, because that would be really bad if he lost that. Pryor, instead, sort of figuring out where we are, is going to start making notations on the side of the map. He crosses out his first plan, which was, if the nest is still standing, get supplies locally, get back underground, get information. That strategy's completely gone. The nest is destroyed. The next hit on their list then would be to get to K Corp.
Yep. And you know, to get to K Corp, you're gonna have to go east.
Pryor makes the required notations on the map. Pryor has traveled through L Corp before, has he not?
He has. He has traveled there before.
Then I will remind the audience and my fellow managers that Manager Pryor has a eidetic memory. Things do not leave him, and after a few moments of recollection, he is going to sketch out the exact route, at least the route he remembers being safe, for Mix to make it to the border.
Yep. You have a route sketched out. It takes you through what was once the residential areas. On the map, they're marked as the residential areas. You have a feeling they are no longer that. But you do skirt the back streets. So it's through the residential areas and to the border of K Corp's district. District 11.
Pryor will hand the map up to Meru to, and he'll say, with a bit of awkwardness actually in his voice, and says, "Shotgun should have the map."
Meru will silently take the map a little roughly. What? So, I'm trying to think if Meru would even know how to read a map.
That's a good question. Do you
I mean,
want
if you can't, then Mix can. Your job could literally just be holding the map for Mix to look at.
I would say Meru is a skilled survivalist.
That's true. That's true. Should
That is
I
also
should I
true.
roll to see if I know how to use a map?
Yeah, do you want to roll like a survival, like an int or a wit survival to see if Meru can parse together how to read a map?
Yeah.
I like the idea of
I
being
would
like,
say-
so go 5 squiggles.
This feels like an int survival, probably. If it's if it's
Okay.
Yeah, make an int survival to figure out how to read a map, Meru.
Okay. No difficulty.
I would say difficulty free. It's just a map. It can't be that difficult.
Difficulty 3. Okay, I got 5 dice.
Oh
I'm
no.
not the smartest. But
That's
we
a
know how to
critical
read a map.
Okay.
We know how to read a map.
Not
He's
only
he's the most map reader.
You know a
Apparently.
better route than Prior.
Yeah, I was
Apparently.
gonna say, you actually know a better route than Prior. As you're looking at the map, you notice there is a shortcut that Prior seems to not have noticed, probably because he didn't take it during that time. And you're able to find a shorter, faster path that, unless you get held up, should get you to K Corp's border before night falls.
Perfect. Yeah, no, Beru will definitely he's not gonna tell Prior that, like, oh hey, I actually figured out like a faster route. He's just gonna start giving directions that are not the same.
How does Prior react to that?
He keeps his cool.
I can't imagine the horror that's gonna cross his face when he realizes it's like better and quick.
Prior would be fine if it was communicated to him that it was better or quicker, but he gave Meru a job, and he's trying very, very hard not to step on the other manager's toes here. He's well aware that he can't do other Beru's job for him. So he's just sitting there sweating bullets as his perfect memory starts to slowly diverge from what he's hearing being read out. So he's gonna do the entire trip with his hands on his knees, clenching them hard enough that his fingernails are going white. And the eyes on his face, dilated pupils.
Oh my gosh. And, you all travel through, unless there's any discussion you all would have while you're traveling.
Prior will lean back, and if Kai isn't fully asleep yet, he'll say, Manager Kai.
Yeah, what's up?
He lowers his voice even further, and he says, we've been out of the nest for all of 5 seconds, and it already feels like we're at a point where we might rip each other's heads off.
Do you want to do carpool karaoke?
Prior leans away from Kai and towards Meru and says, Manager Meru. I just wanted to say, good shot.
Thanks. Did what I had to do.
That's all we can ask of you. So, well done. Acceptable.
I don't need to have small talk with you. Probably should just close your eyes. All of them.
Prior
Rest.
leans back, having nothing else to say, and feeling very out of control of the current situation, does close all of his eyes and try and throw a blanket over the eyes on gaze and just lay down for a moment.
And do any of the rest of you try to make any conversation, or does the trip pass in silence?
Passes an awkward silence besides the directions Meru is giving.
Kai is embarrassed. That was supposed to be a real suggestion for bonding time or whatever, but like he was so tired. Like people sing, they sing in cars, that's what they do.
Prior has never sung in his entire life, and he's not starting now.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Kai can't sleep because he's thinking about exploding and dying now.
Halfway through the trip, snoring begins to emerge from the back of the car as Prior has actually fallen asleep.
Oh no.
And Prior is just the loudest snorer known to man. Like at about the 2-hour mark, it's just this constant sound of what alternates between like a cartoonishly like loud and then like the sound of a small like a fish flopping on the ground as he like hacks and coughs as he's like trying to breathe and then goes back to snoring.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I think Meru can stand that for a total of 3 minutes and maybe like 45 seconds before he turns his head
Oh my god.
and says, Kai, are you awake?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Hi.
Do me the biggest favor.
Absolutely.
I made a grave mistake telling him to go to bed. Wake him up, please.
From what I know of Mr. Pryor, he's a very deep sleeper, but I can try to give him more neck support, so maybe he doesn't disturb you as much for the rest of the ride.
Kai, let me rephrase this. If Mr.
Alright.
Pryor doesn't wake him up, I'll make sure he doesn't wake up. Do you
Okay.
understand? Wake him up, please.
Okay, Kai's gonna try to shake Pryor awake. Gently.
Absolutely. You touch Prior's shoulders, and
Oh, actually, yeah, you are trying to wake him up, but I don't think that'd necessarily be
yeah.
harm against him. However,
If nothing happens, Prior will just wake up normally.
Let's see.
Let's see.
That's a good question. Does something happen or is nothing there?
Oh my god.
Do-
What if he can sense Meru, like, wanting to kill him because he's...
No, you don't hear anything. You don't hear
Okay,
anything.
Then Prior goes, yeah, but nothing, huh? Oh, are we there yet?
No, I'm really sorry for waking you. Not everyone on board is used to the sounds that you make when you sleep.
I make sounds when I sleep.
A lot of them.
Yeah. No.
They're loud. It's so annoying.
No, you might have a touch of sleep apnea. You just have
Oh.
a bit of a snore.
A bit.
I'm so
yeah.
embarrassed. I completely forgot, everyone. I'm so sorry. And Prior reaches into his bag of gear and pulls out this like contraption with like a face mask. He turns it on and it sounds like a vacuum cleaner, and he like attaches the mask over his head.
No, we're not doing that in here.
Oh. He turns it off and takes it off his head and goes, "Sorry, I've snored ever since I was a small child."
Well,
I think it was
God.
I think it was all those chemicals. I was around when I was young. It did something to my lungs.
Well, maybe, I don't know, look out a window or something. I don't know. Do something else. Don't go to bed. That was a bad
Alright.
suggestion by me.
Prior straightens himself and sighs. So, anyone else here been to K Corp before?
Nope.
Have any of us been to K Corp, Mr. Senna?
I would say I believe the only one of you that has been to District 11 before. Actually, that's a good question. I don't know if any of you have been. If Pryor has been, it was probably in a haze. The most likely to have been is most likely Mix, I would guess, on a trip at some point. Meru most definitely has not been to K Corp.
Gonna have to say, Manager Mix, you're the only one of all of us who actually knows anything about Ness, so, assuming K-Corp's still around, we're gonna have to be relying on your expertise. Any advice for, traveling through the Ness?
There's like a bit of like a warping effect as like the end of Pryor's sentence starts to get muffled, and Mix is just sort of staring at the road. We get their POV, and they just start breathing in and out, and they sort of hear the like warp speech, and they like turn a little bit to look towards everybody, and their eyes widen a bit as they don't see everybody. They instead see, instead of where everybody should be sitting, they see a man, a monochrome figure, sat. And their eyes widen for a bit, and then they blink, and it's back to normal. But like, as far as like you guys see, Mix like is like driving normally and like turns to look at you guys, and then they look horrified. All for a moment.
Manager Mix, are your mental corruption levels doing okay?
I'm fine.
That's not what I asked.
I said I'm fine. K Corp is... it's like any other place in this city. Full of dangerous people. Our taboos are something we're gonna have to be careful about.
Right. The taboos.
If we mess up, there's someone there that we definitely don't want to see. If you break the taboo, I'll be sent to deal with you. Or whatever else they've cooked up since the years I've been there. Things might be worse.
Well, maybe this time things got better in the city since we were gone.
A hopeful thought.
Are you being serious when you're saying that, Mr. Pryor? You think things got better in the city? When has that ever happened?
Well, there's a first time for everything.
And I don't think it's gonna be today.
I don't think Kai said anything, but he does genuinely admire the optimism, even if he does not agree at all.
Pryor
He's like,
Pryor places a hand on his chin and stares out the moving window, watching the desolate landscape pass by. And in his mind, he's just going gray, 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 red, gray, corpse, red, Living corpse.
Oh.
Cute.
If there's one thing to know, there are L Corp is closer to another corporation. I don't think we'll see them there, but if we do, we have to be careful.
Pryor nods his head. Thank you, Manager Mix.
Are we far enough into this drive that I can try to make small talk with Mix to see if they're doing any better than they were earlier? Because they at least seem more responsive.
I think that's fine, yeah.
Yeah. Since we're gonna be here for a while, how are you holding up? It's a lot for you to be out here. I don't mean to talk down on your experience whatsoever. Of course, you've been through a lot, but this is not really your forte. Are you okay?
I will be fine.
Is there anything that I or we can do to make you fine sooner?
I'll be fine. I'll be fine soon. Just... It'll be fine.
I don't think Kai's gonna push more than that. That was a kind of awkward interaction. He's just gonna sit back in his seat. Do you think he can reach into his box and pull out Yellow Bear and just play with him so that he can distract himself from the fact that he's not having very good social interactions right now?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the subs. And yes, Kai can pull out Yellow Bear to distract himself from that fact.
Okay, cool.
And
I'm gonna fiddle with him for the rest of the ride.
as you're all looking out the window, you all notice a change in the scenery as you all come across an area that appears more residential, or like the buildings were once. Oh my gosh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. And however, you do notice there seems to be something off about this area. There are people around. Living people, you notice. Not many of them, but you all notice there's a man on the street corner. As you drive by, turns, he seems to look right at all of you and waves. And then just goes back to doing what he was doing. There's someone else you see on the street corner, on their knees on the ground, scooping up muck and shoveling it in their mouth. They don't seem to be enjoying it at all, but they're doing it. And as you're all driving, a person runs in front of the truck and starts like waving their arms as if trying to get you to stop. What do you all do? And how do you all react to these things?
Well, Mix is the one behind the wheel.
Yeah, Mix gets to choose whether to barrel through them or try to swerve around them. Or...
are they blocking us?
I mean, there is a person, they've run out, they look like a regular person. They've run out in front of you and they're kind of waving their arms. They're dressed like a regular nest. I mean, obviously their clothes are kind of torn. and dirtier than they would be, but they're dressed like someone from the nest would be. And you can also tell their mouth is moving. As you get closer, you can sort of hear it, and they're yelling out, wait, and like trying to get you to stop.
Here's a question, Mr. DM.
Yes.
What is Butterfly Man saying to do?
Butterfly Man at this moment is not saying anything.
But would they want me to end this poor soul's suffering? I think so.
I'm sure.
Oh my
So
God.
I'm gonna run them over.
Oh my God!
You?
No, I know it's your choice.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I mean,
I'm kidding. That reaction was beautiful, though. That was such a good, like, legitimate gasp. No, I'm not. I think Mix sort of just is like staring, and then pushes the brakes, and they will bring us to a stop.
How sudden of a is it? Does Mix do like a smooth stop?
You're
or
not
does Mix,
gonna
like
slam into the chairs, but you are gonna like move forward a bit. You're gonna have to like hold before.
What if you weren't wearing a seatbelt?
Oh my God!
If you're not wearing a seatbelt, then you like I said, it's not gonna be so fast as like you are going to like slam into like the dashboard, but you are gonna like be pushed into it. So
you're gonna flop. You're gonna flop pretty
Mary's
hard.
gonna bonk his head a little bit.
Okay, yeah, because Meru doesn't know he had to wear a seatbelt.
Yeah.
Meru is not technically tall enough to be riding in the front seat.
He is tall enough. He just wasn't wearing a seatbelt because he doesn't know much about cars.
So Meru bonks his. Oh, sorry. What were you gonna say, Prior?
No, I was gonna say Prior like braces himself against the seat as the car slowly stops.
I probably bumps into I'm still imagining that this is like ambulance format and that I'm on like almost a sort of bench seat on one side.
Yeah.
And I'm probably gonna like kind of shoulder into the wall a little bit because my hands were occupied, so I didn't have the grip strength, but I'm a little concerned as to why we are stopping.
Yeah, no, Meru will jolt forward from the stop. And he's kind of confused. He's like, why did you stop?
Prior looks over the back seat and waits for Mix's answer.
And while you all wait for Mix's answer, this person is continuing to run towards the truck now that he has stopped. But what does...
Prior will go to open the side door and poke his head out if Bix doesn't respond.
Don't open the door!
Please, I'm scared!
The door to strangers? What?
Prior looks back and says, just seems to be a person.
Yeah. Oh my God. We don't need to open the door. What if... When someone's desperate, just a person isn't just a person.
Prior has that gaze in his eyes of someone who genuinely, if you were to be kind to Prior, you'd call it self-confidence. If you were to be honest, it's a look of overconfidence. It's this idea that Prior has assessed our abilities and is reasonably certain that we can handle any danger that this area can throw at us. However, he does pause when Meru says that and says, well, how else are we going to talk to them?
I don't know, like crack the window?
Prior goes to shatter the window. Prior, instructions unclear. No, Prior does exhale, and he sort of shifts up to like roll down the. Actually, yeah, he'll. I imagine if it's like ambulance style, it's got those windows that like pop up from the top rather than like roll down at the bottom. So he sort of pops the window out at the top, so he can kind of like stick his head out the side, and he'll say, "Morning to you. Can we help you?"
The person at this point has come right up to the truck. And I don't know if Mix had an answer for the group on why Mix had stopped.
Oh, I realized my mic was muted.
That was my worry.
I was like, I'm starting to panic.
No,
like,
yeah. Everybody, I was like, what? You guys, you talk? Whoa, I'm sorry. No, but, no, yeah, Mix. Well, I think at this point, I guess they were just silent, because I feel like it's a little too late to explain. But, they were literally like, we need to figure out, what's going on.
Yeah. As Mix sort of comes back into it, Prior nods. He's of the same mind that Mix is. He had the feeling. He understood what was going on. I
will say, Mix is still, like, has not, like, put us into parking. Like, Mix is ready to drive over this guy if we need to.
God.
Prior sticks his head out the window and says, "Can we help you?"
Yes. I need help. The person points to Meru and says, "You. I need you to come with me."
Hell no.
Mm-mm.
Well, this was the thing that Mix was afraid of.
I mean, I will note that some of us who are not Prior might have insight and a way to see what this person's intentions might be.
Yes, would anyone like to make a DC free wits insight check?
I would love to. Yes.
That is a great question.
From the beginning, I was like, why are you even breaking? What is going on? Why would you do that? Because that's crazy. DC 3?
DC free.
God!
Oh.
Kai's like, this is the perfect
I want to
reasonable
spend a point
thing
of willpower because I didn't before, and so can I just like heal it immediately?
Oh
I
yeah,
will
you
also do
have
that.
another redeem that was never redeemed for healing. So
I will
Okay,
do
sick.
that.
So I'll willpower reroll.
Wait.
Real.
I can roll 2 because I don't have any insight, but I do have 3 wits.
yes, go for it if you'd like to also.
Prior is not thinking about this person's true intentions.
Okay, I can reroll 3 die, right?
Yeah. So if you left click on it and hit willpower reroll, you can click all 3 of those failed dice.
Yeah. Fuck.
Hey!
Wow.
No, that's good. That brings up.
No,
the
sorry, I'm
forces.
silly. And then I can heal, so it's fine. Yeah, we're awesome.
For some reason,
Okay.
it's not letting me roll.
Oh no!
Weird. Let me
Oh.
try it.
Oh, it
if I
didn't
just
let me
restart.
roll either.
I was like,
Weird.
try reloading it because I had this exact same issue
Let
earlier.
me try one more time. Okay, yeah, let me reload.
There we go. I see it. No, you have to click on it and then choose which one you're gonna reroll, I think.
Yep.
No, it just wasn't letting me roll at all.
Yeah,
Oh.
I had that issue.
Oh.
Yeah, give me a sec.
It's okay. I got the insight. I'm so
Yeah.
insightful.
Let me
You did
Ah.
get a 6, I believe, and Mix got a 1. So
Okay,
6 and 1.
see. Let's
Great.
go. My 0 insight, 3 wits.
Let's go! All successes. And then Prior's not rolling at all, I know. So
Prior's yeah. So that's 4 from Kai, 1 from Mix, 3 from Meru.
all right. So 1 from Mix. Mix, you have no idea what this person's intentions might be. You've got no clue. Meru, you don't know what their deeper intent is, but this person does not have good intentions. You've been on the streets enough to know, especially going up to a stranger like this person is meaning to do you harm. Of what sort, you're not sure, but you know that their intentions aren't benevolent. Kai, with a 4, I believe you had gotten. There is a almost religious fervor to this person. Not in the sense of like, oh, willing one, but like of a fear. You have seen how people on the back streets have been like bent into submission and made to be afraid and obedient before. This person is meaning to do harm, but it's out of fear, not out of like malice, if that makes sense.
I, without knowing anything, didn't think that stopping for a person was a good idea. And this only confirms my suspicions that this person has a crazed look in their eyes, regardless of if it's, malicious or not. I would like to shake Mix's shoulder and be like, hey man, I really think we should get out of here. I don't know why you stopped, but this is not a good thing. Like, this is not a good person. This is a bad situation. I think we should get out of the situation as soon as possible.
Pryor sees this happening, and he looks down at Mix, and he sort of sees where they're going, and he'll nod. Pryor will sorry, if Mix wants to go first, absolutely.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, Pryor's gonna look at him, and upon seeing sort of this goes, he's gonna go, listen, I'm not a cruel man, so I'm gonna give you a chance to get out of the way of the vehicle.
The person hesitates. Then, did you ever crack open the window? That's actually a good question. I forget if you.
Yes, Pryor's sticking his head out the because I'm imagining. I'm trying to. A lot of like these like ambulance style like vans, rather than having like a rolled down window, they have the kind of windows where they're like the ones where they like open from the top, so they're like on an L bend, where they like open at the top and they're attached at the bottom.
Yeah, I know the ones you're talking about.
Yeah, Pryor has it open like that, and he's kind of sticking his head out the side.
Gotcha. The person hesitates and then makes a dash towards the window.
Oh my god.
God. I think
Floor it on the gas.
Yeah, I was gonna say first we have to
Thank you.
floor it.
Thank you.
Are you trying to hit the person, or are you trying to get away before they can
If
grab
they're
onto the
dashing
vehicle?
towards the window, they're already like getting out of the way, so
Yes, so you're trying to get away from them?
yeah, I'm not.
Alright, so that's a, I would say DC free, Dex drive.
Alright. Well, we'll see what happens.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh.
Would you like to willpower?
No.
Oh.
We do have that free willpower. Hey!
Yeah, you
don't
do
I
like
already
to
used
heal.
I already used my free willpower.
Oh, there were 2 redeems right at the start, and I want to make sure.
Yeah, there was
There
an
were
extra.
2 of them.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Alright, so you are successful in that then.
Oof.
As you're going away, you hear a agonized scream, and they're like, no, the prescript demands it! It demands it! And they're like shouting after you, like trying to chase the vehicle.
Pryor slams the window shut and locks it and goes, oh shit.
I will say, Mr. DM, question.
Yes.
Suddenly my head went blank. No,
You're good. Don't worry about it.
I'm good. Shit, I'm great. No, Here's a question, Mr. Nam, because Mix alluded to it earlier.
Yes.
And they do know about a certain corporation who is close with K Corp. That may rhyme with the letter N. Is it safe to say that Mix has some idea of what's going on?
No, actually. That was not a person from the corporation you're thinking of.
Okay.
That looked to be a completely ordinary Nest citizen. And they're mentioning the index, something Mix may have heard of in like boogeyman tales before, but does not know much about.
See, I don't believe you when you say I was an ordinary citizen, because knowing you, it's something nefarious.
Do any of you decide to look back as you're leaving?
Well, Pryor absolutely does.
Oh. All right.
Oh
Right.
gosh.
As you look back, you see these free people emerging from the streets. They're all carrying swords at their sides, and you watch as they all descend upon the one man who was trying to get at Meru and start beating them.
Well, that's not good.
Better them than me.
Pryor, you hear...
No, that was
Pryor,
me, the player. That was not Mix. Mix
Yeah.
not saying.
Pryor hits the back wall, and it's very clear he wants to go, but he also knows that they're already disappearing into the distance, and he knows he can't save everyone. And he sails as he sees this, and he goes, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn this city! Damn the fact it never changes."
I think Meru was also, he kind of was like turned around in his seat, and he probably couldn't see it super clearly, but could kind of get an idea of what just happened. And I think he kind of like, after processing that, kind of just sits, like, kind of flops back down in his seat and lets out a huge sigh of relief.
I will say these guys look cool.
They,
Oh.
they do. They do look cool. They do look cool, but they were scary.
Yeah, they are
You
scary.
look
They look
cool. That is true.
But yeah, no, Meru, he had a feeling that if he had been taken out of this truck, then bad things would have happened. So he's very relieved to have avoided that, even if it meant that somebody else is probably getting gravely injured. He doesn't really care.
Wishes that they had avoided even the slightest bit of interaction with this person so that everyone around him could have avoided feeling like they had just abandoned someone. But it was Mix's call. So.
Pryor turns over his shoulder to look at Mix and says, "Thank you for stopping."
Mix is just quiet.
There's not always something we can do, but better to try and realize that we're outmatched than to harden our hearts against it. Every choice we make costs someone something here.
And you do all see as you're driving through, there are, throughout the ordinary citizens, more of those people wearing the blindfolds and the white capes throughout the city.
Jesus. It's a fucking infestation. They're everywhere.
How long are we how long are we driving through all of this? Are there any more incidences, or do we see anything else truly horrible happen right in front of us outside of?
I assume there's a lot of horrible stuff. We're
Yeah,
seeing.
no,
Yeah.
for sure. Anything that we haven't seen before.
So as you're going by, you see, it's mostly, I would say, it's mostly a lot of people just doing things that seem very abnormal. There are people standing in one place, just not moving. There are people who are just kind of standing on corners, waving. There are people who are standing on a corner, hitting their head against a building, and then they'll just stop and walk away. It really ranges, but there are a lot of people in this area who seem to just be carrying out acts almost mechanically. And every once in a while you see that glimpse of white. It doesn't look like a lot of them are attacking people until you do see one scene in particular where it does look like a group of them has cornered someone as you're driving by. And those are the only ones you've seen who have been actively aggressive so far. The rest of them are just kind of standing around or patrolling the streets.
Pryor has stayed mostly quiet. At a certain point, does Pryor know enough of the precepts to give everyone the very basics of what they're doing?
Yes, Pryor knows enough about the prescripts to know that it's something that the Index gives out to people that are quote-unquote under their protection, not always willingly, that they have to carry out.
They're fucking deranged lunatics. I mean, even among syndicates. They don't want blood, they don't want money, they don't even want power. What they want is their weird, messed up performance to keep going on. Imagine if the taboos changed every single day. 5 fingers. Most of them broken and twisted.
Do any of you decide to stop at this site?
Pryor does, after witnessing all this, see this one person getting cornered, and it's easy to tell that Pryor's resolve has slowly been being beaten down with everything that they go through. And he suddenly seems to snap almost as he looks out the window and says, "I don't see anyone but a couple. We might be able to ambush them. Look, these people are in need, and we have the capacity to help them."
Oh my god, that's not our job.
Then what is our job?
We're trying to get to K-Core. That's our job right now. It's not to stop for random people.
Listen, the Syndicate... It doesn't matter what the logic is.
It does.
Are we really... Yes, these people are suffering.
Okay, and if we save them today, they'll suffer tomorrow.
Yes. They'll have another day.
Another day to just be in fear.
Another Another day to try to get out of it themselves.
Yeah, okay.
If you had been robbed of even one day, Meru, all it would have taken is robbing you of one day, and you wouldn't be here. Maybe if I give these people one more, they might become what we are now. I'm the training head. It's my job to see the potential in people. And I don't want to just sit by and watch potential die in the street.
We're not managers right now. Again, your words. We're not managers right now.
Then I'm a concerned citizen.
You should be more concerned about us getting to the border.
We've got time. With our ego, we're way above these people. They can't stop us. Look, you think any of these people have suppressed an abnormality before? You saw how quickly those thugs folded beneath us. We have power, and we have a responsibility to wield it. What good is a sword if you never take it out of its sheath? Mix! Manager Mix, you understand. These aren't our employees, but people care about them, just like we cared about our people.
Ooh, alright. Well, a word was said here. So, that word has a lot of weight. Mix. The problem is Mix is in the haze right now and has not been snapped out of it. At all. There has not been a successful attempt yet. So they're gonna make probably the wrong decision here. Which is they slowly nod.
Thank you.
We're stopping?
Thank you.
What?
This is the right decision.
This is the wrong decision.
Kai, get your gauntlet ready. And he'll point to his gear, and Kai should probably roll for his improvised gear. If he decides to join Prior.
I am. I didn't want to influence Mix too much because I don't know that I trust their state. Sorry, my specialized gear. Wait, sorry, one more time.
Oh, your improvised gear roll, which I believe for Kai, if you click edges, then then safety equipment, and
Okay,
then
gotcha.
add 1 to your dice.
Okay. 1 to my desperation dice or just 100 dice?
100 dice. 1 to your 100
Okay.
dice.
Got it.
Prior has seen a lot of people suffer here. Prior, what's our desperation currently?
I would say you're all currently at desperation free, danger free, because it is not a good environment. You're all not doing well.
Yeah. Prior's heart has been weakened. He is gonna roll desperation on this. Unless everyone is like, no, Prior, don't.
I feel like Nero's like that for a different reason. Not
Oh god.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
I will willpower reroll.
Oh,
Okay.
We're so back.
I don't fall into despair.
Whoa,
Would have been insane in the truck.
No, Prior is going to unfortunately make a scene with this overreach.
Yeah,
So-
go for it. Go for it.
as he always does. My
as he
goat.
always does. Prior clicks a button on the side of the containment unit and it opens up. He is going to reach in for his gear, his gift from containment. And what do we want for this fight? I mean, I don't think we can go wrong with athletics. He is going to remove from the containment unit a bit. Well, actually, no. You know what? No. Prior wants to get Mix and Meru in on this. Prior removes 2 scraps of a Red Riding Hood and tosses them to Meru and Mix. And as the two of you catch them, you feel the will of a hunter pass through them. You can both add 2 to your firearms pools.
Well,
Great.
So long as
There's
you
two
have the
people
scrap
who
of
do
red
not want to
fabric.
fucking fight. Sorry.
Yeah, that's why Prior's giving them the equipment to be like, well, you know, we have the ego gear.
Well, now you have really awesome guns, though. I mean, I was willing to just go all out on my own, TBH. Or Kai was, I mean.
Yeah, and Kai, you do succeed on your roll, so you're going to add plus, I believe you had +3 to your melee pool now.
Yep.
My god.
Oh, sorry, that's not my roll. That's for Kai sheet. But yes, with that, Prior is going to open the door, and as he, as soon as the car comes to a stop, he opens the door, pulls the katana, scrapes it across the ground, and goes, and raising his voice, suddenly feeling this sense that he can do something. He points at the two of them and goes, hey, I just heard from the prescripts. Yeah, I'm getting a message right now. It says it's time for the two of you to fuck off! And he holds up his middle finger at them.
So there's 3, actually.
There's 3 of them.
And as you do that, the free, you thought it was only 2. And you notice there's a 3rd head, and they all look towards you. You can't see their eyes through the blindfolds. But you can tell they're pissed.
That's alright, I have enough eyes for all of you!
And I think combat will begin. Prior is not stealth.
Come on!
The rest
My
of
man.
stealth.
Oh,
I
God.
can't with him. Oh,
Oh my god, Peepaw.
I need him so bad it's insane, but oh my god.
Alright, so I will say all of you had a chance to get ready and in position. The person they were surrounding is still on the ground, badly beaten but alive. Do the 3 of you want to put yourselves like where you'd be if Kai's closer to Prior, I'm guessing, and mixing
Yeah.
in the back because of guns?
Sure.
Mixy poo, if you would. Aw.
Because I did overreach, may I make a suggestion for my own detriment?
Yes, please do.
Would you? I think Prior should be here. If you can move their token back.
Yeah, you want to be in the middle of them?
Yeah, Prior gets right
Hi.
between all of them.
Alright. So, you are in the middle of the index. I'm going to say, this time I'll flip around who goes first, and then we do close range, then, range. So, Kai, you act first. These index members are all surrounding Prior.
I at least want to get him out of being basically circled by these guys, so, you know,
Well, we're magic
I guess.
bullets.
I mean, it doesn't really matter which one I go for. I don't think, but like, yeah, no, I've got +3 melee. I feel like I can go in for.
The closest one?
Yeah. I'll go in for the closest one.
Alright, go for it.
Am I rolling Claws of Cobalt or just like melee or strength and melee?
Claws of Cobalt, and make sure you press that, It should say improvised gear bonus. Make sure you
Got
press
it.
that and you press Cobalt Star.
Wow.
Yeah, you're really good at melee.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm beating ass. What's the difficulty?
The DC is DC 4.
Alright.
Holy shit!
Oh my
God.
We're so back.
Let me do some quick maths.
Oh my god, Pi does not play about Prior.
I do not
Holy
play about
shit.
my man. That is my fucking man.
For it?
Oh
That's
my God.
real.
I need him.
Holy shit. Okay, so that's gonna be 10 plus 3. You don't down them in one hit, but you are doing 13 damage to them. How do you describe this?
This is a moment of desperation because Kai realizes that Prior, for whatever selfless and kind of stupid reason, threw himself straight into the fray. And he's doing his best to get him out of it because that's what he's always done. He's good enough as a loyal guard dog to, run up and just go fucking ham. I feel like there's probably biting involved too with this.
Oh my god.
It's very big and will be bad wolf coated. He's got a lot of dried blood on him, but he's about to get a lot of wet blood on him as well. When he just starts digging into the insides of whoever's closest to him. Just trying to give Prior a fighting chance.
Alright. And next up is Prior. I'm also gonna move you here because you're right up next to them. Prior, what do? You are surrounded by 3 of them. One of them is very much not looking good after what Kai did to him.
Absolutely. Prior is surrounded, but in this moment, he feels no fear. This adrenaline pumps through him. The first time he fought a human, it felt wrong. He saw them as an abnormality in his mind. But so quickly, once he saw the horror, he stopped seeing them as abnormalities. These are people, they're flesh and blood, and unlike abnormalities, he can do something about them. His blade has purpose. And he has to stifle a laugh as he turns to the injured one and says, "Cut off the finger! Sever the hand!" And just lays into the injured one.
Alright, and you can roll your attack at DC 4.
Oh shit!
Oh,
Sorry, it should actually be DC 3 because they did get attacked once, but...
Okay. Well, I'll spend a point of willpower, however. Prior wants this. He wants this so badly.
He trips.
That hits DC 3.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it does.
Prior turns, brings the blade up, and he realizes he can't hesitate because he needs to turn his gaze to the other two. And as he does, he flips the blade around, goes in for where the wound is, and he just stabs the blade through the cut that Kai's made into their chest, severing through them and pulling the blade clean out, already turning away before they fall.
And they fall to the ground. And also, welcome Raiders! Welcome in, welcome in! Let me give you a shout out!
Is this not what you two wanted, huh? Violence, death? If you want a challenge, fight someone on your own level. Hit me! Hit me!
And as the member of the index collapses, from their mouth you can hear the words, "I simply follow the predetermined path. The precept shall guide me." As they collapse to the ground. And was Prior aiming to kill?
Prior cannot, even if he tries. Prior misses the heart with the scarring wound. Whatever happens next is in the hands of fate. but even in this bloodied, frenzied state, the crown of thorns digs into his head and he pulls his blows even subconsciously.
They are out of the combat, but they are still breathing. And next is, and we'll start with Mix this time for the ranged fighters. Mix.
Pryor does drop to his knees at the end. He'll take the -1 to his dodge.
Oh yes, I should have asked. Does Kai also drop to his knees at the end?
I was going to get down, yes.
Nice. All right, Mix, it's your turn.
Let's see. This is tough. This is tough, isn't it?
Also, I'll say real quick as you're thinking, thank you everyone for the raids today and all the follows and subs. Since we're focused on TTRPG, I can't chat with all of you, but I hope you know all your comments are appreciated.
Exactly. I'm gonna leave it to Meru.
Oh, thank you for the gift subs. Thank you.
No, I'm gonna leave it to Meru.
All right.
Oh, is Mix choosing not to attack, or is Mix waiting until after Meru acts?
I think. Well, they failed their composure resolve roll here. I'm thinking Mix is not gonna move. At least not yet.
Alright, so Mix stays still. Meru, what do you do? They are not in a line, actually, because one of them is on one side and the other one is behind Pryor, who, thankfully, Kai and Pryor are down, so you won't hit them if you go for that one.
Yeah. I think at first, like, Meru, he's like, Jesus fucking Christ, okay. He gets out of the stupid truck. He does not want to do this, but Pryor's thrown himself to the metaphorical dogs. And then Kai has followed. He's like, someone's got to watch their asses. But he realizes that Mix isn't following, and for a brief moment he goes, "You wanted to do this. Why aren't you coming?" But I guess if Mix doesn't come with, he'll just be like, "You got to get your act together. I don't know what's wrong with you." And then he'll turn his attention to the fight, and he will I guess he'll choose the second one.
All right.
And he will. Now what is it? I got a +2.
I believe Pryor gave you a +2.
Yes, you have Little Red's hood, which emboldens you with the hunter's spirit, which is +2 dice for this minor ego gift.
So I will be using all of my. I'm doing Justicia too.
All right.
And what was the difficulty 4?
Difficulty 4 to hit, and with Justicia, I'm just double checking on that. I believe you just roll your composure resolve. It's versus 2.
Okay, so composure resolve. Let's see, composure resolve. You said DC 2?
Yep.
Easy. Okay. So I got that.
You can also hit the little show to chat box beside Justicia in your edges, just so chat sees what you're doing.
Oh wait, what do I do?
If you go under Artifact, Justicia, there's beside the edit icon, there's a little speech bubble, and that pops it up in chat so everyone can read the rules.
Oh, good to know. Good to know. So yes, this is from Meru's new his new gift that he had gotten after the Ange fight that he had picked up from Judgment Bird. So he's been wearing that. And so I will, let's see, DC 4 plus, and then add the 2. All right, let's roll. What? No, okay, no. We're willpowering that. I mean, I hit, but like not enough. That's not enough.
Yeah.
More.
Whatever, good enough. Hit. A hit's a hit.
Alright, so it hits for 6 successes.
Yes.
So that's gonna be. It is a
That'll be
margin.
6 egg black damage plus 1 pale damage.
6 egg black damage plus 1 pale. These guys actually endure black damage
Jesus Christ. That's fine.
Oh.
because of the strength of their faith and as fingers.
Makes sense.
So the black damage is lowered to.
That'd be 3 damage for 3 black egg.
Yep, free black egg and 1 pale damage. 1
Okay.
egg pale, and they also lose a box.
Okay. So how are they looking now?
They actually don't look all that injured.
Wait.
They look irritated, and they look towards you, but they don't look actually that badly injured from that attack. Unlike those Kurokumo henchmen that you blew through, this index member is still standing and seems not as effective as a human should be when hit with magic bullet, especially not wearing ego.
Great. I think when that happens, Meru. I mean, you can't see his eyes widen, but they do. And he just kind of goes like, "Damn it!" And he's just thinking like, "Oh my God, these guys are all going to be the death of me."
Thank you for your subs. Thank you. Thank
But
you
yeah,
so
I can
much,
see
Kai and Fire both.
he already did not want to be doing this, and now he's realizing that he's not very effective. For whatever reason, they're taking a hit from magic bullet of all things, and he doesn't really know what to do at that point.
And before we move to the index members, does Mix do anything?
No,
Oh my God.
they will fully collect their turn.
Place. Mix, you see the shadow of a butterfly almost appearing behind Prior and these three, and then the index will take their turn. Oh my God! Thank you for the follow. Thank you. And the two that are still standing, there is a moment of silence, and you both see that their blades seem to glow almost. And they both turn on Prior, and one of them speaks and says, "The index has decreed your death." And
Let's
you
see if they can follow through this time.
Oh, you know what? They actually do need to roll to see if they... You can't see their eyes. But you can tell from how their stances have changed that they both recognize you. Can you make me 2 Dex athletic checks? One, actually no, they both, because you subtract your dice for the second one. Both
Correct.
of them are at DC 5.
DC 5. Oh dear. Okay, perfect. Quick question. The one behind me was dropped by Kai and myself, correct?
This one is down. The other two are still standing.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that neither attack are coming from behind Prior. These are both the ones on either side of him.
Yes. You're able to see both of them. Kai got the one that was behind
Perfect. Okay, good. In that case, Prior is not suffering from.
Right.
He's
Shadow
not protecting him. Yes, that's important. So that'll be a Dex plus Athletics. I am going to get the bonus from Crumbling Will because my ego is empowered, and Protective Armor However, I am also going to get a negative penalty for dodging magic bullet.
Oh shit, yeah, you are taking that penalty.
So this is the first one. So my total dice pool results is, sorry, I'm just doing some quick math. 7, 8, I believe this will roll correctly. Apologies if I have to roll some more dice afterwards. But I believe
you're all good.
Nope. All right, this works out. 8 successes versus difficulty 5 with a crit for the first one. The first one comes at Pryor with a glowing blade, and without missing a beat, he brings up, deflects it, and says, "You know who I am. You know that won't work." And then overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer as he makes the second dodge. That's gonna be will, and then a -2 from he will spend a point of willpower. Misses by 1. He completely deflects the first one, but he's a little too slow, and the second blade does catch him.
Alright, so it's 1 plus whatever the damage of the margin is?
Yep.
Pryor is taking 3 superficial red damage. Actually, no,
3.
Sorry, I lied. They enhanced their blades. Pryor is taking 5 superficial red damage.
Okay, 5 superficial red.
Yes.
Okay. Well, in that case, he Pryor can see the blow coming, and Schadenfreude's eye locks onto it, and his ego ripples defensively. He endures it, which means that he will take that as 5 down to 3 down to 1.
Sorry, dumb question. Can he endure it with the whole eye contact thing?
Yes, because the one behind him was,
No, I just mean he's blindfolded.
Oh!
Oh, actually, yeah, you're not enduring it because he's blindfolded.
You're correct!
Sorry.
No, I'm glad you brought that up. You're right.
Like, my question, if they're blind, can they still see even though they're blindfolded?
They can, but I believe it's eye contact, and blindfolds are a way to get around Schadenfreude.
I remember reading in the Schadenfreude story that they tested how people could see, and they tested someone who was staring at it but they were blind. Schadenfreude didn't react. Someone who was wearing a blindfold and couldn't see at all, Schadenfreude didn't react. And someone I think who was wearing a blindfold but could kind of see, I think Schadenfreude still reacted. If I recall correctly. I could be wrong, but that's what I remember.
This is the ego gear of Schadenfreude. So if your ruling is that this gets around the ego gear, I accept that. That fits for me. It would make sense.
I'm gonna say because the ego gear is weaker than the actual Schadenfreude, even if it's the case that with Schadenfreude, if you can see. Also, the thing about their blindfolds, I need to do more research into the index, but I'm pretty sure.
Either way, Pryor doesn't know how. Pryor doesn't know how, but as the blade comes, he gets ready for his ego gear to ripple and absorb it, and it doesn't.
Yep.
Schadenfreude's eye does not move, and Pryor goes to try and raise his defense, and it hits him in the chest, and he lets out a gasp and struggles backwards and goes, What? And he's gonna take 3 superficial red.
Alright, and it is Kai's turn again then.
God, this is stupid, but I think it's in character. What?
Also, real quick, it doesn't matter regardless, because as they hit you real quick, they do say, I can sense what is ahead of me even without the aid of vision. They don't need to see. And they aren't seeing you. And now please go, Kai.
God, I think that this is dumb, but I think that it's in character for Kai to go for the one that just hit Pryor, even though the other one might be closer.
Do what Kai would do.
Ugh. Yeah. I'm gonna go for the one that just hit Pryor. 'Cause I know me. And I'm sorry, is there's still an improvised gear bonus in the Cobalt
Yes,
Scar?
it lasts for the whole scene.
Fantastic. Was it DC 4?
Yep, DC 4.
Yeah. So, and you are clicking Cobalt Skull, Improvised Gear Bonus, and Artifact Enhancement.
Yes. So I'm rolling 10 die. I'm just trying to think if there's anything.
Yep, 10 dice.
God, can I use willpower to hit harder?
You can.
You can.
You do have a 10 in there, so you just need to roll one more 10 for a crit. Oh, it's a crit!
Oh my god.
Damn.
Kai is not having prior slander today.
Kai does not fucking play about Friar, bro. You want that food so fucking bad.
And how much damage are you doing now? So you did 9 minus 4 is 5, plus your... So, 5, 6, 7, 8, you're doing 8 red damage, I believe, right?
8 aggravated red.
Yep. Do you want to describe how you attack this index member? As I mark that off?
Okay, he just hit Prior with the sword, right? It would obviously not fully incapacitate his ability to attack or whatever. I assume that he's, like, because I hit the other guy with more damage than that, and he still wasn't quite down.
Yeah.
But I want to leave a big, ugly gash in this man's arm. Like, I want to take a good chunk out of the limb that was used to strike the man that I would never say to his face love.
Aww.
I want to take a good chunk out of his arm. Like, I want to rip the muscle that would be his bicep, like, fully out of where it should be.
And that you do as you leap and descend upon him. Which means that it's then Prior's turn.
I'm fine. Get up. He plants his foot under him and raises to his feet, shrugging off the bruises. He's endured far worse pain than that before. Seeing the one Kai has already... You know what? No. Prior, realizing, turning over his shoulder, and seeing that Mix is still in the car, Mix, would you consent to Prior trying to make a leadership roll to snap Mix out of it?
No.
Fair enough.
I don't think Mix needs a leader right now.
Fair enough. In that case, then, Prior turns, sees that Mix is just completely out of it. He scowls.
I will say
darkly.
they're not in the car. They're outside. They're like behind Meru, but they're not.
Yeah.
They're
Their
frozen
weapons
up.
aren't even drawn, I imagine.
They are.
Oh, they are. All right.
Yeah,
Prior
they
turns,
just have
sees that
frozen.
Mix is there. His eyes flicker over. He sees no movement. Turning back, he draws his blade up and steps in and says, "One by one, blow by blow." And he's going to attempt to spin around Kai's in a dance of metal and swing down at the target Kai has already struck at.
Alright, and you can do that. DC free, because Kai's already struck.
Coordinate. Overcome. Overwhelm. Do not let the hand close on any more throats.
And that's gonna be 4 egg hail damage, which they take normally. So 4. They are still standing. They look in very bad shape. And as you come down upon them, they are clutching at... Actually, describe how you come down upon them. Or, like, where you aim for.
Absolutely. As Prior comes down, he sees that their arm is weakened, and sensing an opportunity, he comes down upon their injured limb in a severing motion of pale damage.
And as they kind of look, it's clear it's not damage they've experienced before. They're looking up at you, even if they're not seeing you, and you hear them say, "You aren't supposed to be here. The middle isn't supposed to be here. The prescript said nothing about this."
Well then, hopefully, that's a little bit of evidence. You seem like a smart fellow. Put 2 and 2 together.
There is a scowl on their face, and Mix, it is your turn.
I'm sorry. You know, I think. That Mix just knew one.
I really love that it's rolling correctly for you.
Mr. Nia.
Yes.
I don't think Mix will be doing anything.
Oh my god. It's alright.
Mix, as you're frozen in place, the shadow seems to almost get bigger and bigger. This place is so full of death. Mix has never been in the back streets before. You were expecting to walk out into a nest, and instead you found yourself in a place riddled with, I mean, I shouldn't say more suffering than you've ever seen, given that Mix worked at Lobotomy Corporation. But there is at least.
I mean, it's not so much about like seeing people die; it's about killing other people.
Ah, that's true. Mix is the only one of you three who's never actually. You've had to stop your coworkers before from panicking. You know that employees have had to be executed before, though you never carried out those executions.
Mix has never killed anyone, and the kicker is that they are now in a situation where they have to kill someone, and they are not kind of shutting down right now at that prospect.
Mix, you feel yourself shutting down, but unfortunately you can see that the enemies you're up against have no intention of stopping. And what does Meru do? Seeing Mix in this state, seeing the fact that both of the Index members are harmed, but still fighting and still standing.
Yeah, no, Meru's he's stressing. He's stressing. I think because obviously he's still got to keep shooting. But as he raises Magic Bullet, I think he's just at like a point where he's so frustrated at Prior for jumping into this fight, for Mix for stopping the truck. He was honestly expecting Mix to side with him. And he's kind of mad. He's kind of mad about that. He was also still mad about Mix yelling at him about the keys, because he holds a grudge. So I think as he's raising Magic Bullet, and he's not even saying this necessarily to like as like a, oh, can I do a roll to like see if this snaps Mix out of it? He's just saying this because he's just angry. Where he's just like, Manager Mix, this was the outside world I warned you about during the 5th trumpet. I don't know what's up with you. I don't know if you're letting your corrosion get to you, but you need to get your head out of your ass or something. You know, I told you I'd hold you to your word about your corrosion. That's what I'm trying to do. So just do something or I won't forgive you, okay? I didn't want to do this. It's not fair that you're making me do this for you. I'll do it, but I don't like it. And then he will decide to fire magic bullet at the same target. Now, my question is, does Justicia, do I have to roll every time, or is it once I get it, like he's locked on?
It's locked on if it's the same target.
It is the same target.
Yep, so it is locked on.
Okay, so DC 4?
Yep, DC 4.
Okay.
God damn.
I'm gonna use another point of willpower.
You're gonna willpower?
Hell yeah.
Alright.
Go.
He's pissed off.
Yeah.
Let's see if it helps. It does.
Go.
Margin of 5. Yeah,
Five.
there'd be a margin of 9. Minus 4 is 5. Plus 4 is 9. 9 halved would be 5 damage. Plus 1 pale damage.
Alright. We go down another box. And then, just double checking how much black damage again?
5 was after halved because it goes from 9 down to 5 for the margin, plus 4 for the weapon damage is 9. Halved, rounded up, would be 5, plus 1 pale damage. So 5 pale damage for 1 pale, 5 black after halving.
Alright. In that case, they are looking in very bad shape. Do you want to describe the bullet hitting them, Meru?
Yeah. So I think, because like Meru, he wanted to aim for the right between their eyes, or right slightly above their eyes, right at the forehead, for that headshot. But I think because he was like angrily like kind of yelling at Mix, while he was going to shoot magic bullet, he like lowered his his aim a little bit, and it hit them on the wrong side of the chest. So not where the heart is, but on the other side of the chest. So the right side.
Alright, and they are blown back by that. Both of them are looking in very bad shape. And you can hear this one sort of muttering to themselves of, only the prescript can lead me to the right path. Only the prescript can lead me to the right path. And they both turn. And they seem to have a single-focused, single-minded goal as they both turn on Prior once more. You've noticed they've all basically ignored the rest of you. Would any of you like to make a Wits Insight check?
Sure.
For free. This
Yes.
isn't an action to do.
Yes.
Prior would not. He's too busy dodging.
What's the DC?
The DC for the Wits Insight check is a DC 3.
Oh, let's see if we got lucky again. LMAO? Nope.
Okay.
No, Meru, you probably assume it's for the same reason you would attack Prior.
I hit.
Oh, I didn't even see that! I'm so sorry, I was looking at
No, we rolled at the same time.
Hi.
It's fine.
You notice that it seems almost like religious fervor. It seems like, I mean, you're sure Prior's pissed them off. Especially that they've realized who he was before. But it seems that it's more than just personal feelings. It seems almost mechanical in how they're just targeting him. And with that, you can make me 2 DC 5 Dex Athletics checks.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Good luck.
Best of luck.
This is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is so fine. Everything is so very fine. I'm just gonna crit again.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just spend a point of willpower. I've got crit. I crit. 7 success.
Nice! Alright, you dodged that first one then.
And I make the second one at -1. Prior spins under the first blade, deflecting it. He's not laughing anymore. Suddenly, he is deadly serious. Oh god, I spent another point of willpower. Prior is so close to impaired. But he's got a Quick successes. He's Prior spins around the first blade, ducks under the second one. He is a dance of metal as he suddenly cannot rely on his ego armor. He is forced to push his body to the limit, spinning left, spinning right, and just barely weaving between the two of them, keeping his guard up. And Kai, it's your turn. You see that Prior is not having a good time surrounded by these two.
I know, I'm the bad guard dog.
No, you're doing very well.
If I was doing well, I would have one-shot them, actually. I would have simply been built different. I would have dealt 20 damage in one blow.
You almost one-shot that first one.
No, yeah, true. Is a particular one looking worse?
One of them, this one, looks a little bit worse for wear than the one right here, but they're both on the verge of death.
I'm still holding a grudge against the one that actually struck Prior, so I'm going to go in for the kill, I think.
Alright, and are you aiming lethal? Or actually, I should wait to ask that until you actually land the blow.
I'm sorry, DC...
DC 4.
4? Okay, cool, because I haven't been hit yet. Cobalt Scar, Improvised Gear... Meow.
Jeez!
Let's go!
Yeah, that's
My
killing them if you
goat?
want to kill them. Are you going for lethal?
Of course I am! Fuck this guy!
And would you like to describe the killing blow?
This man... This scum dealt so much damage to the light of my life, I'm ripping his throat out of his neck. I'm going to hold it in my hand. Just like I did with the other guy's heart. I imagine running up and just fully, like, like, maybe not completely beheading this man, but, like, a sliver is what attaches his head to his body, because the rest of it has been dug out of his form and is now just like a blob that I've smacked onto the ground.
He can't even get out any words as he just dies in coughing sputters.
Yay.
And it's
Yay!
Prior's turn now. There's a single one left.
Prior spins on this last figure, puffing, but despite himself, he narrows his gaze. I finally understand what I could never stand about you and your people. This guiding force, this shining light. You're no different than every hedonist and monster in this city. You'll do anything to never take responsibility. Face your consequences. This is where your lack of choice leads you. And he goes in for the strike.
Alright, and that's gonna be DC 4 to hit. The index says nothing.
Prior comes in and he aims his slash, not to behead, but across the face, knowing the power of pale damage will do the rest. Metaphorically slicing the blindfold off of their face as the power of pale courses through their body and soul, weakening their resolve to wake up and stay awake, bringing them low, potentially.
And you can hear them whispering as they fall unconscious, as I presume once again Prior's not aiming to kill, or at least, even if he was, couldn't bring himself to. You hear, it was carried out. I can die in peace. And that ends the combat.
Prior swings the blade around him and sheathes it. Shit! He checks at his chest, and the ego, I imagine, hasn't been torn, but it's like dented in where the blade brought through, and as he pokes it, he can feel like the deep bruises on his rib and skin beneath the ego. As it is superficial, not aggravated damage.
Yep.
That's gonna leave a mark. He steps over the gore of the one decapitated member, looking at Kai with a nod of approval.
Kai is going to try to be very normal about that.
Stepping towards the fallen individual, he leans down and says, Manager Kai. He does. Actually, sorry, Pryor doesn't say Manager Kai. There are other people around. He says, Kai, your medical skills, if you would be willing to take my request.
I'm listening.
He nods to give this guy some normal medicine treatment.
The person that we were just trying to down. No, I'm so sorry. The innocent. Yes,
yeah,
of course.
The human on the ground.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, my fault. I knew that we still had. Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Pryor is not saying we medically treat the people he knocked out. They can wake up on their own or have their friends come and help them out. That's not Pryor's responsibility.
Okay. Yeah. No. Absolutely. I'm going to help this person out.
Pryor will provide an assist dice because he is trained in medicine.
Yeah.
Meru could, but he won't.
I don't need. Yeah. I'm so sorry, Meru. You know what? Kyle will probably end up talking to Meru later, but that's not now. It's I'm so sorry. What in medicine?
It would be your int plus. I believe it would be your int plus medicine plus 1 dice.
Okay.
Yep, and this mortal has 3 egg damage that they've taken.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Plus 1 regular die. What's is there a difficulty?
With 3 egg, I believe that means the difficulty is 3, correct? And it's every one above that?
Yep. Difficulty's free, and everyone above that you heal. I'm trying to remember how healing works exactly, how we ruled it, but...
I believe that was, yes. For everyone above that, we were allowing the healing of 1 point.
Yep.
And I just add 1 hunter dice because you assisted me?
Yep. You get... Pryor is providing his standard assistance.
Oh, I feel bad. I can do better than that.
I mean, you got the willpower.
Sure.
Do you want to dip into your willpower?
Of course.
Yes.
Thank you, asked me to do it.
Pryor would be so... That's an 8 crit!
Goddamn! Yeah, you
I cannot be stopped.
Kai, you go over, I don't know if you want to explain, like, how you heal this person or how you talk to them, but, like, they're on the ground, not doing very well. They kind of weren't even witnessing the fight, because they were so out of it.
Oh, sorry.
No, please describe.
I don't know how well, because I don't know exactly how they've been damaged outside of just that they are very hurt, but I'm trying my hardest to be a comforting presence to this person that I am helping, because I know that I look pretty terrifying right now. But I want this person to know that they're safe. Because Kai, unlike Pryor, is very willing to kill people, but also, unlike I think any of the other managers, he's a lot more tender and quick to feel friendly towards people. And there's no reason to see this person as a foe, so they're a friend by default. And he wants that friend to feel safe and secure and like they're not in danger anymore, even if there's a big man with claws actively stitching him up right now, and it might not be the most sanitary, but I guess he's doing a good job regardless, because he is covered in like a couple of different blood types. Like that would not work very well typically. Yeah. But
yeah. You got an 8 crit. I feel like Kai's able to make it work.
Yeah.
I feel like Kai's able to be careful with it, and this person's basically clinging to Kai like, thank you.
Kai is gently patting their back, trying not to smudge too much blood on the clothing that they have.
And I I should also ask, how are Meru and Mix reacting as these two are helping heal the person on the ground?
Mix is quiet.
So, I have 2 questions.
Yes. Please,
One-
ask away.
So the other two, one of the people is dead, and the other 2 that we were fighting are just knocked out.
They are just unconscious. They are just knocked out. I was actually going to say afterwards, you're all going to need to figure out what you're going to do about those living index members.
Can I shoot them?
You know, I
Oh.
will let everyone react before you do, but you can go to make the move to shoot them.
Yeah, no, Meru is
Prior's
still
not,
pissed
Prior's
off.
not paying attention.
All right, then in that case, yeah, Meru, you can shoot them.
All right,
Oh.
can I roll for this?
You may if you'd like to. They're on the ground, so it will kill them regardless. Like
I'm
you don't
gonna
need to
roll
a
anyway.
hit, but if you
What
wanna
if he
roll
I wanna roll
doesn't
any-
even
roll.
hit?
You know
I
what?
mean-
Actually, no, that's fair. Can I just take half?
yeah, you could literally take half. Also, it's literally a DC 1 to hit them. Like
Yeah, but
have
you
to
never
roll
know.
0. You never know.
You never know.
You
It would be
could take-
funny to roll, but out of fear of me rolling horribly because that's happened before, I'm gonna just take half.
I should say one of them. Oh no, wait, they're on the ground, so you don't need to worry about a straight line. Because I was gonna be like, one of them's in a straight line.
No,
with
no,
a
I could
high
just
prior,
point
but no,
down
they're
and
not.
shoot.
Yeah. So which one are you shooting at first? This one or this one? 'Cause they're not-
I'll first shoot at the one that I was locked onto because I'm still probably locked onto them.
All right.
Yeah. No, so I just kind of, I'll have Meru will just take a few like. Well, first, actually, I think Meru does turn to look at Mix, and again, you can't see his face, but it's very clear that he has narrowed his eyes at them into like a harsh glare, but doesn't say anything this time, and just walks towards the one that the person he had been targeting, and just lifts a magic bullet, and silently just pulls the trigger.
Putting them down like dogs. Whoa.
You all hear the sound of magic bullet going off.
The eyes on his cheek turn before his head can, and with a crack, Prior brings his arm off to shield himself from the splattering of, there's no splatter, just what he expects to be a splatter, but instead there's nothing that hits his arm. And as he rises up and looks into Meru's bandages, there's not hate on his face. It's actually just perfectly neutral. Is this really necessary?
Was running into this fight really necessary? No, but I'm gonna do it anyway, just like you did. And then Meru will raise magic bullet and shoot the second person.
This one Prior can try to intervene in because you now are aware, if you so choose.
Prior is of 2 minds about this. You know what? Prior doesn't intervene. Magic bullet goes off, it fires, and his face drops like a sack of bricks. And he inhales. I will bear a part of this guilt for you, Meru. But the rest is on your soul. I
Just
can't
be
make
lucky
your
I didn't
choices
shoot
for
the
you.
civilian. And then Meru
Yes.
will walk to the car without even
Yeah.
paying attention to what Prior says.
Prior goes to respond, and as Meru turns away, Kai sees something deeply dark pass over Prior's expression for a moment, and he brings a hand to the crown of thorns, and he is back to neutral when he opens his eyes. We save who we can. He looks down at the figure on the ground and offers them his hand to raise back up.
They take his hand, clinging to him, clearly terrified and confused. And at this moment, you all feel almost a woman's voice whispering to you, though you can't make out what she's saying. And you all feel your willpower heal for 1 each.
Prior thinks he's going crazy for a second, but he shakes off this feeling, and with the figure, he puts a gentle hand on top of the one that's clinging on to him. I can't promise you tomorrow, but I can give you today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Do what you can with the time you have. And pay it forward if you ever have the strength to. You might be capable of more than you know. And he'll reach down to the corpse, pull out one of the blades, and offer it to the figure.
The figure takes the blade, kind of holds it in their hands, not quite sure what to do with it, looking a bit nervous, but they take the blade and they're just kind of like mumbling like, thank you so much.
He nods his head and gestures for them to get to where they need to go.
And they hurry off, fully healed and now armed with a powerful weapon.
Yay.
The rest is in their hands. We could all do with a little bit more choice over our own destiny. Thank you, Kai. And he lays a hand on Kai's shoulder.
He does this on purpose.
I was reckless. I was careless. But I know I wasn't wrong for you to know you would have my back.
I will always have your back, but I do wish that you perhaps cared about your well-being a little bit more.
Prior sheaths his blade sheathed. He walks back towards the van, opens the door, and waits for Kai to get in and shuts it behind him.
Do you think I can talk to Meru at all?
Yeah, if anyone wants to talk to anyone first, and then I'll say we'll probably, after any scenes of you talking to people, we'll take a quick break and then we'll be back. So does Kai want to approach Meru?
Meru, are you okay with being approached? By me at least?
Oh, was I muted?
You weren't saying anything.
Please. My bad. I think I accidentally pressed the button on the side of my headset. You can definitely try to approach Meru. Can't promise you that he'll respond perfectly well, but he's not gonna not keep the door closed so you can't open it to talk to him or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, no, Kai's going to approach Meru. He can feel the anger radiating off of him, and he really doesn't want to make him more mad. But, he just wants to say, I'm sorry that for not the first time in knowing you, we haven't given you the choice to decide to intervene or not. I know that apologies don't usually cut it, and actions are a lot more important, but I would have understood if you didn't fight with us, and I'm grateful that you did.
If I didn't fight with you guys could have died. If you guys die, there's no point in us being out here, because Manager Mix isn't doing anything. I'd be alone. It's not like I chose to fight with you for...
I'm sorry.
Wish you guys would actually let us do the job we came out here to do. Not mad at you.
I know. I think that there's a level of hope that needs to be held up by the people around us in order for them to be able to do what we came out here to do. And I think that saving that person matters. And I know that you are not necessarily Pryor's biggest fan, but I know that that matters a lot to him.
And what about what
I,
matters to me?
I'm sorry.
Just get driving. If
Guys-
Mix will even get in the car and drive, actually.
Kai's gonna walk off. He's not doing well today with trying to be a good person. Yeah. He'll get in the back with Pryor and not say much.
No. I think. Mix. I think Mix is probably staring, and they say, and I think this is sort of thing where like they like look to the left and they see that figure again from earlier. And they just say, I can't do this. I don't even. How am I even supposed to? I'm not strong enough. I don't know what you expected from me, but I can't. Can't do it. Can't even free people from their suffering, so there's no point. There's no point at all. So why do you keep showing up?
There's no
I-
answer. Please continue.
Tell me what to do. Please. Tell me. Why don't you ever there when it happens? Why are you leaving me alone? Can't do this alone. If I do it alone, I'm just a... And then I think they sort of like... Someone like calls out their name and they just like blink and the person is gone. To everybody else, they were probably Mix was just standing there. They weren't actually like talking. But they just... Their shoulders slump a little bit and then they step back into the car. Turn the keys and get moving.
Pryor will actually head up to the front of the car. And he's very quiet and he's not looking at Meru. But he does turn to Mix. And he doesn't have a grand speech or a big thing to say. He just says, I get it. Take all the time you need. Once the river starts, it never stops. But it's good. It's taking you a while to take as much time as you need. I'll do what I can to give you time to grieve. And that's all Pryor has to say.
And I think this is probably a good place to take a quick break, 15-minute break,
Yeah.
until
Yeah.
we return. So you all get back in. And we will be back in 15 minutes. I'm just gonna go a moment. All right, we are back. Hello, everyone. Hello. Thank you. I hope you all took care of yourselves during the break. And the managers have returned back to the truck.
We have. It is somber sight. Mix is still got that 1,000-yard stare as they're driving. They are not in a good state of mind right now. It's pretty bad.
Oh shit! Thank you for the raid. Thank you. But yeah, how are you all holding up in there?
It's bad. It's bad. I mean, I won't speak for the others, but not great.
Absolutely. As Mix is at the far front of the truck driving silently, in the back, Pryor is not sleeping, but he does have his eyes closed and one hand on the crown of thorns on his head. He wishes he was surrounded by other metal walls, and more than that, already, not even a day out, he is missing one of his oldest friends. He holds his faith close in his heart, and as he lowers his hands from the thorns, he opens his mouth to speak, but no real words come out. It's this empty, hollow breath that exhales, and his eyes are so old and tired for a moment. And he inhales again. Did we... Kai. Did I... Do you think I made the right call?
I think Kai doesn't. Kai has known Pryor enough that he would probably be honest if he really didn't like something that Pryor did. That being said, he's gonna be a little bit soft, and say, I think that you made the right call for you, and I think that we did a good thing saving that civilian. It's the best you can do sometimes.
What's heavier, a pound of steel or a pound of feathers?
They're the same.
No, it's the feathers, because you have to carry the weight of what you did to those poor birds.
Thanks.
Pryor cracks. He tries to crack a smile, but his heart isn't really into it. And through his coded words, Kai can tell that there is a heavy grief and urge to confess in his heart, but he can't bring himself to say it. So he's wrapping it up in a bow of humor and trying to find some way to joke it out of him so he doesn't choke on it.
I forget how perceptive Kai. I mean, he knows Pryor well, but I don't know.
You could always with insight.
Yeah, can I?
Yeah.
I consent.
All right.
I would say diff 2.
2?
Yeah. Pryor's a pretty open book.
Aw. All right. Well.
Oh.
I mean, hey, we've got a lot of things that could kill us further on.
Yeah, no, I know. And I know that eventually I'll be able to crack Pryor because I told him that I want to be able to be a person that he can confide in, but I understand that he might not be ready for that yet.
And silence sits, weighed down by guilt on Pryor's chest. And how's Meru doing in the front?
Meru, God, Meru is pissed off. He's feeling very, I don't know if isolated is the best word, because it kind of feels like a them as in the rest of you guys versus him right now. Because even though Kai talked to him, how he took it was more of like a, I'm glad you helped us. You need to understand that this is good for Pryor. And he's just very much like a what about me? Because he didn't want to do any of this. He agreed to go along with this because he was told this is the job we're going to do. And now we're doing different things, and he didn't want to do these fights, but he realized that it would be not in his best interest to not fight, even though the best thing to do initially would just be to leave. So he's kind of feeling like he's kind of being dragged around a bit. And he's being made, he feels like he's being made to do these things. Even though he technically could have just sat there, but he feels like it was a choice that he really wasn't allowed to make. So he's just, and it's not that he hasn't tried to make things better. He's tried talking to Mix, but that hasn't worked. He's kind of at a bit of a loss. He's really wishing that he could just go back to the facility. He's missing the stability in a way. Like, I mean, LobCorp is very unstable at times, but like, it's a job. It's the same general idea every day. He's missing that. He unfortunately is missing the hand on his shoulder that tells him not to hesitate on his shots and all that. He's very much missing that. He doesn't even really know if their Freyschutz can be called upon out of the facility at this point. Like, he's hoping he can be, because that's what he asked their Freyschutz to do the last time that he went to the unit, but he doesn't know, so he's just feeling very like just isolated actually is the best word. Yeah, he's just feeling very isolated. So he's kind of probably still not wearing a seatbelt. He did not learn from the brief, like the halt they had to make. He's kind of like sitting like with his, as best he can, having his like knees up to his chest. Great way to be sitting in the car, but and he's just kind of staring out the front window in silence.
Hey.
Did Mix try to say something, or?
Yeah. They say hey.
Kameru?
Yeah.
Probably takes a second for him to realize that Mix actually said something. And you can't see his eyes move to look at them, but you can kind of see like a slight tilt of his head in Mix's direction, which kind of signals that he's at least listening.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It won't happen again.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it.
Mare,
Hmm.
it's gonna be okay.
Are you telling me that, or are you telling you that?
It's gonna be okay.
Mary
not
won't
gonna-
really say anything.
Not gonna hesitate anymore.
That line does get Mary's attention. Because, the amount of times he's heard that. And he does turn his head more towards Mix. And gives him a very long stare, like he's trying to understand something that's not being said right now. I feel like this would be something I'd have to roll for. To
Go for it.
try to see
Go
if I
for
can
it.
get a better understanding. I mean, I have no insight, but I don't know what else I'd roll. Maybe like an awareness, or could I? Yeah, wit. I guess I'd have to roll wits. Yeah, it would just be wits because I don't have any insight. So
I
guess-
think this will be pretty tough.
Yeah. Well, what would the DC be before I even attempt to roll?
I believe that's up to Mix what the DC would be.
Yeah.
Be pretty tough.
So probably something I wouldn't be able to get with my skill set.
Yeah, it'd probably be like DC, like. Because it's not a thing where you can just like intuit exactly.
Hmm.
They're like DC 4.
I think
Yeah.
I
Like get
only-
an idea.
Good DC.
I only
or something tough.
I only have 3. I'd have to crit, which I don't think I can do. I'll roll it just to roll it.
You never know.
You never
I
know.
know.
Is it 4?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. LMAO, nope.
Nope.
Figured that would happen. It's okay. Meru will kind of. He knows there's like something he's not getting. Because he's trying to figure out how to best talk to them, but he just does not know how to talk to people. So he just kind of.
I will say, you do get the sense that Mix has found a sense of resolve.
That is concerning to me, though. But to Meru, he's just very unsure of how he's supposed to be feeling right now. He's still kind of mad. Because again, he holds a grudge. But he doesn't say anything and just slowly turns back to looking out the window.
Let's focus on the road ahead. How far away from there now?
I don't know. Mr. DM, sir, where exactly are we on this map?
Yes, so as you look on the map and at the road ahead, Meru, you had noticed a shortcut that runs a bit through the back streets area, though at this point it's really not quite clear what's the back streets and what isn't, given it's all kind of back streets. And as you're all passing through this route, there is a sight that does greet all of you.
Uh-oh.
You all see that there is another group of Kurokumo Clan members along the street here, more than there was before. And in addition to that, you also notice that there is, and let me grab them, a man and
Oh.
a woman standing there.
Oh.
Okay.
You all immediately, if any of you are looking, those two jump out at you in particular. There is something about those two. They are clearly not, oh god, I don't know why I zoomed in so much. They are clearly not normal henchmen. I'm trying to zoom it back out. But there is a air of power about the woman in particular. And you all see on the ground there is a bunch of corpses, and lined up, all kneeling, are, let me grab all of them. Five people.
Well, that's a lot of people.
And it's
Are
not
they-
hard to tell what's happening here. What were you gonna ask, Mix? Please,
Go ahead.
please ask.
No, please cook.
I was simply saying it's not hard to tell what's happening here, given the bodies that have already been executed. But if any of you would like to make a wits or insight check, or a int or wits streetwise check to figure out what's going on.
I am going to say my sincerest apologies for not resolving this during the break, but would Kai have had the time to treat Pryor's wounds during the car ride? Has enough time passed?
Yes. I will say in the car ride, you all were able to treat your wounds. So please,
We're so back.
please do treat your wounds. I will say that.
Yes.
Pryor just has superficial damage, so it should be easy enough for Kai to heal.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
any egg damage would have been an issue, but if it's all superficial, all of you were able to treat your wounds. And remember, Kai, you were able to take 5 healing bullets and 5 sanity bullets from the L Corp facility. Oh, we're gonna need Baphomet. Awesome. I see that, Redeem. There will be a helping hand that will come in very soon.
Absolutely. Pryor would ask Kai. I mean, actually, probably he doesn't need the sanity bullets right now. Pryor's got 2 points of willpower left. That's enough. The sanity bullets they're a super rare resource. I don't know. It's fine.
Would anyone like to spend the points for that?
Pryor's mind is troubled, and he's not going to ask. He doesn't need it yet. It's fine. He must endure. Any suffering is his duty. Sorry, you said what roll would we make to figure out what's going on?
What's going on? Wits insight or int or wits streetwise?
What's
I will
inside?
say, anyone from, actually no, because Pryor's was from a syndicate, you have +2. Kai was adjacent to a syndicate, you have +1.
What's the DC?
DC is DC free.
Well,
Okie
might
doke.
as well try it out.
Okay.
LMAO.
Well, I was successful.
Yeah.
Yep, Kai was indeed. Does Mix want to also make a check, or is Mix not trying to?
So the problem is that Mix has a 1 dot in wits. And
Understandable.
well, I guess I can do wits insight actually.
Only if you want to. You don't gotta.
No, I thought this was gonna be a different test.
No, you've got this. You've got this. Let's go.
I will
All
actually
successes.
roll this. We will see. No.
Well, okay. It's a good thing I'm friendly with everyone. Sorry, what were you saying, Prior?
No. Prior is looking at. Prior thinks he knows what's happening, but Kai is the only one who's sure.
Kai, you know what this is. You've seen this happen before, though who the ones doing it differs. It's clearly Kurokumo members, and you can tell these are evictions and executions going on. From the limbs that have been cut off some of the people, from those who have been beheaded and executed, you have a feeling, you know, you've seen it before happen to people you know, you've heard stories about it from the ladies that you're associated with, and the men too, and the non-binaries. I'm just using, the ladies of the night term, but...
Yeah, generally speaking, mostly women, yeah.
Yeah. You know that this is people who couldn't pay the protection fees and are now suffering the consequences.
It's... No, sorry, what were you going to say?
No, go ahead.
I was going to say it's probably not something that Kai is going to openly comment on, but the sight does make him sad for obvious reasons. He might...
Oh, God. No, sorry, I keep cutting you off. Go ahead.
I was going to say he might sigh and kind of, I don't know, just slump over a bit. You can see his face darken slightly. He looks a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? He tries to detach himself from what's happening because he doesn't like dealing with the upsetting reality that he hasn't seen happen in a while.
My question was, are they blocking the road?
They are blocking the road. That is a very real thing. Not only are they blocking the road, yes, they are very much in the way, and they do all see the vehicle. They don't seem to really care about the fact it's there, but they are aware that all of your presence is here. Although, actually, if any of you want to make a wits awareness to see if you can hear what they're saying.
Sure.
What would be the DC?
I would say a DC free to hear what they're saying. Actually, no, DC 2, honestly, because you guys are right at the, at where they are pretty much.
God damn. Oh, God damn.
Thank you, Meru. Thank you. This is to make up for you not being able to hear anything earlier. Go.
No, I just had to lock in. I had to lock in.
You locked in. You're here now.
Anyone else have any wits awareness, or would you like me to
Prior failed.
Yeah, prior, you don't hear anything. Meru, you can hear the entire conversation. You heard it as you all were pulling up before they noticed you. You could hear the woman speaking, and she was essentially saying, it's only more exciting when you plea and beg for your lives. You know what the rules of the backstreets are, and you know what happens to those who can't pay the fee. Hey, execute them. And there's the swing of the sword as it takes off one of the people's arms, not killing them yet. Clearly she's taking her time with it. And there's a scream. And then the man next to her who had drawn his sword sort of whispers in her ear. She turns, looks at the bus, not bus, I'm thinking of Limbus, the truck, and just sort of shrugs and doesn't seem to pay it any mind.
Prior does not hear this, except for the scream, and he looks, his eyes are narrowed, and all his pupils are dilated and sharp. Well, they're in the way. I don't think we're going to be able to barrel through them, but I think we might want to use a little bit more tactic than we did last time.
Meru is now staring intensely at the map, and he goes, or we could turn around while they don't care about us, and you know. But he says it in a way like he's not actually expecting anyone to agree with him.
Aw.
Aw.
Poor Meru,
Meru.
bro.
Meru is speaking in a voice that is absolutely correct. Prior. Prior moves towards the front of the truck and says, Meru, you know as well as I do that the Syndicate are scum, and pretty much all of them deserve death, whether they are granted it or not. We need Magic Bullet.
So, first you didn't want me to kill, and now you're asking me to kill for you?
What I want is to protect people.
But
That's
protect
enough. That's enough. Meru,
What?
what do you want to do?
It doesn't matter what I want to do. We'll do whatever Mr. Pryor wants to do, whether I want to do it or
I'm
not.
asking you what you want to do.
I want to do the thing that'll keep us alive.
Pryor, you don't think it's fair. Keep asking Meru to do things like this.
I think it's perfectly fair when lives are on the line. Yes, we have a duty to protect people with our powers. We have abilities they do not.
Our lives are on the line.
I've got a bad feeling about this, Pryor. If we stop here, we can't go back. Butterflies. There's way too many of them.
All of you feel a light wash over and can heal a point of sanity damage. And please continue, Mix.
We stay here, something bad's going to happen.
Won't you carry it with you? That feeling that the bad thing happens even if we're not there? We can't close our eyes and pretend like this isn't going to happen just because we're not here. We can't save everyone, but Mix, we can save the people who are right in front of us.
Or we can all die, and now 4 more people are dead.
I've never known you to be the type to doubt your own abilities.
You've never known me.
That's a fair assessment.
It's enough. I'm the one driving this car.
You all see a lone figure appear from the other end of the alleyway. They are wearing the gear that a fixer would wear. And they start approaching the group.
I think Meru's eyes kind of widen upon seeing what looks to be a fixer. And it's clear that his hands start to shake just like a little bit. And his left hand, which is a bit stronger than his right hand for reasons that he has not shared, because his hands are covered by gloves, kind of accidentally squeezes down on the map a little too hard and crumples it a bit. But he doesn't say anything.
There's still good here in the back streets. But it has to be nurtured.
Meru,
What?
I'm gonna ask you one more time. If you say you want to go, then we'll go.
If we go, then we're gonna just run into something else, and then Mr. Pryor's gonna want to run at that too. There's really no point, is there?
There is a point.
No, there's not. There isn't a point. I'm realizing now that no matter what we do, as long as we, and he points between him and Pryor, as long as we are working together, he is always going to be like this. There's nothing I can do about that. But if he jumps into something and dies, then we can't do what we were set out to do. So unfortunately, I have to do whatever he wants. If I can't convince him, it doesn't matter.
So what do you want to do?
I will do, I guess, whatever Mr. Pryor wants. Whatever. And he kind of just tosses the map back at Pryor.
Pryor catches it, and he's smiling ear to ear. It's actually a little eerie. And he suppresses that for a moment. Something was rising inside of him that suddenly he did not like too much. And he... All right. Hi. Your ego, people can't help but want to see it. I can't ask you to do something you don't want to do. Well, I can't force you to do it, but I can ask it. If you provide a distraction, Meru and Mix can sneak around to the side. We can ambush them. I'll be with you, of course. I'm not going to leave you out there on your own.
Sorry, the roll just scared me. Whatever you... Sorry?
Oh, please continue. Don't let me cut you off.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I was just... Whatever you think is the right call, Mr. Pryor,
Then we only have a moment more. Grab your gear. Let's get into position.
Alright.
Actually,
Oh, no.
Pryor, you hear this.
Goodbye.
And-
Pryor says... Oh, boy. Okay, yes.
No, what does he say? Please say. Please
No,
tell me
absolutely.
what he does when he hears that.
Do you have the alert so everyone can see what Pryor is just sensing?
Yes! Let me pull that up for everyone to see.
Pryor's three eyes go in different directions, and he yells, "Everyone out of the vehicle now!" And he dives he kicks open the back door and dives out.
And you can make me a... Let me grab what it is. It would have been it would have just been 5 points of aggravated black damage. But instead, you can give me a DC 5 Dex Athletics check.
Pryor barrel rolls out of the vehicle, drawing life for a daredevil. He did not have the time to get his gear, but does he have a moment to empower his artifact before he dodges?
You can empower it. I will let you.
All right. He reaches inside of himself and tries to desperately call upon his powers.
Ooh,
Let's go.
Wow.
goat.
Unfortunately, that's not his dodge. That's just to empower his artifact. But now he gets to roll to dodge. As he does, though, the blade begins to glow and his form shimmers like crumbling armor. And as he moves with the speed that you've seen that armor set once to decapitate an unfortunate agent. As Pryor goes even faster than he thought possible. Plus dexterity. Confirm. Crumbling armor. Empowered protective armor. Difficulty 5, you said?
Yep, DC 5.
Oh
My God.
Prior moves with the speed of crumbling armor, and he's outside the vehicle with his blade drawn.
And standing in your midst, you all see this person, their hair tied back, wielding a sword. Prior, you were able to dodge in time. They were going for your head. And they would have succeeded had you not been warned. They're in the midst of all of you, and they suddenly vanish. And you can all make me a DC 6 Wits Awareness check.
Oh, fuck.
Well, alright.
Well,
DC6?
DC 6.
Why not?
I mean, I fail automatically, so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that's...
I mean, well, I just need one crit. I don't. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Yeah, Prior
Maybe
doesn't
it
even
is,
attempt
but
it. But before the figure goes, before they vanish, what does Prior recognize about them? Is there are they carrying anything unique?
There is nothing that they're necessarily carrying unique about them, but I would say there's almost a cloud of smoke covering them as they fade into the shadows. This isn't just, you know from your time with the syndicates, from your time as part of the middle, this isn't a normal henchman or gang member, this is an elite.
Alright. Yeah. Prior stands outside, seeing them vanish from sight, and pulling the blade into his chest and into a guard. He raises his voice louder and says, "Alright then, Syndicate. Let's see how strong you really are."
The woman over there is smiling down at all of you. Have the other three of you left the truck yet? Or are the three of you still in the truck?
He did scream at us to get out, so I
Yeah.
think I got out.
I think we've all
it's
jumped
kinda like
out.
instinct.
Yeah.
When someone yells, "Get out now!" you get out.
She is looking down at all of you, very amused, and is like, I didn't expect the middle to be fighting for territory here. I thought that you were all, at least that you were all still licking your wounds from that rampaging fixer. But I've gotta say, you're such a cute cluster. And she's just grinning.
Prior takes that information and he wants to say what? But instead what comes out of his mouth is, "You listen here." What do you say? What'd you say? Sorry, I didn't. What? The licking. It's not important!
Wait, she kind of blinks and then says, Oh, that's right, you've been missing for a while.
Prior frowns because this person knows him and just
Yep.
goes, "It seems the city still remembers me. Funny, because I don't know you. Guess you're just that forgettable."
Question, Mr. DM.
Yes.
Do I see any butterflies around her?
You know, there are, sorry, I didn't mean to write resolve, that was composer resolve, but, she's clearly wanting to do terrible things to you, but is just smiling even though her eyes twitching a bit. Butterflies flutter around her. You have a feeling this woman has killed many, many people.
That's... That's a little scary. I mean, I'm imagining these are probably like, it's not even just like one or two or even a couple, like dozen, it's like a lot more, like big clusters.
There are big clusters of butterflies around her.
Well,
Float around her as she looks down at all of you. And Her blade is drawn. And she keeps eyeing Pryor in particular. And she's like, you know, I didn't want to be stuck under the thumb forever. So you might be my ticket out. I'm sure a lot of people are clamoring for your head.
It should give you pause no one's managed to take it yet.
She just kind of laughs at that, like lets out a laugh, and you all see the henchmen start to move forward, just trampling the bodies underneath them.
Absolutely. Pryor raises his blade. And in his heart, he's like, oh god, please, Meru, please, Meru.
All right, and I think that is time for combat to begin.
Yep.
So, before any of you act, there is that swish of the blade, and you hear that voice once more.
Goodbye.
Shit!
And you're actually able to dodge. DC 5.
Oh! Coming at me again?
Yep, they're coming at you again.
Alright. It's fine, guys. I'm just that good at dodging.
Real?
Shit! Willpower!
Oh no!
We're back! We're so back again!
Back.
Go!
We're so back.
Goated. He's that good at dodging, just like he said.
How do you dodge as this blade comes in again, trying to sweep your neck clean off?
The first time, it was everything Pryor could do to just get out of the way. This time, as the blade comes in for his neck, Pryor doesn't get far, he gets close. He brings the blade up to his throat, locks swords with the blade, and closes in to get nose to nose with them. May I say with his crit, Pryor stays right chest to chest with this elite. He is not gonna let them slink away from him.
Yes, I will allow that. They can't just fade into the shadows and silent mist.
That's the thing with the middle finger. We're in your face.
And in that case, I would say we go in. I've been going like closest and then farthest away, alternating. So the order would be this time Pryor, Kai, Meru, Nyx. So Pryor, what do you do?
Okay, this is bad. This is so bad. This is so bad. Pryor's so fucking cooked. I hate to take a turn off from combat, but I really feel like we need some improvised gear here. Pryor is going to use his speed crafting and to attempt to grab some ego from containment really fast.
All right, what do you grab?
He is going to be looking for the tried and true. He's looking for the tried and true hairpins from Magical Girl. He's going to try and boost athletics, and he is going to roll desperation because Pryor's feeling pretty desperate.
All right. Yep.
Oh.
I kind of want to spend a point of willpower, even though it will impair Pryor, because that extra margin will be extra gear for all of us. And I think we all need a dodge bonus right now because they're going to be coming at all of us. Yeah, it's worth it. Fuck it. Pryor's always lived on the edge. Oh, that's bad.
Oh,
That's the worst possible.
Are we cooked?
Either way, Pryor still pulls out 2 hairpins, and he is clearly pushed to the edge. But despite that, he reaches up, snaps one on the edge of his crown of thorns, and tosses the other one to Kai, who's right beside him. And that's Pryor's turn.
All right, and Kai, it's your turn. Kai, before you go, the woman does look at you, and does she recognize you? That's a good question. Let's see.
Oh.
Yeah. She looks at you, those eyes light up, and her smile twists even more, and she says, I see the loyal lapdog still following you around.
I don't think Kai will verbally react to that. It might piss him off a little bit, but like, just because he's a little bit more of a guard dog than anything, but like, fine, yeah, whatever, technicalities, I guess. But he can see that Pryor is clearly on the edge, and he knows that he just needs to be in action and fight whoever is the nearest threat to the person that he is a loyal lapdog for. So, he's gotta attack. Yeah. Improvised gear?
I will not. I don't. We did. Unfortunately.
Oh wait, no,
Pryor
sorry,
has
not
eight-
improvised gear. Sorry, what did you give me?
I did give you improvised gear, but that's for your athletics pool. You have +2 to your dodge.
My fault. Got it. Okay. So
And,
it's just a regular.
if our merciful DM would allow it, improvised gear can have special effects.
Yes.
Magical Girl's hairpin. If you are wearing it, I was going to say it allows you to hop like you're as light as a feather.
Yep, that is allowed.
So Kai can bounce and move around the battlefield as he so wishes.
That's nice. I will be using that in later turns. For now, I'm gonna go for this swordswoman right here. That is a direct threat to my seemingly incapacitated. I don't know what our relationship is right now. Person I care about.
Pryor steps out of the way as Kai approaches from the side. Pryor is also not regarding the jab with any words. His gaze is enough.
What's the DC?
The DC to hit?
Yeah.
DC 6 if you're trying to hit them.
Uh-oh. I'm just rolling my normal claws of cobalt attack. There's nothing.
Add your cobalt scar, but there's
Okay.
nothing else, I believe.
Can I add a desperation die only because I'm very concerned for Pryor's ability to defend himself in this state?
Ooh. So yours is faithful, so I actually don't know if that would apply, because I think that would only apply to abnormalities, distortions, or other monsters.
Okay.
But if you want to give me an argument, I might consider. But I think, yeah, because I think Marshall would be for humans.
Yes.
So, yeah.
That's alright.
This woman is terrifyingly powerful, but she is also terrifyingly human.
Alright. Pray for me.
You got it.
You've got this. You've been critting all night.
I'm gonna crit. I'm gonna
Think
crit.
about
I'm
Pryor
gonna
and that
crit
person
for my
being
man.
off the chest. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
my god!
Oh my god.
What a-
Okay.
I will
What a
always
goat?
crit for my man. That's my man.
You're so real.
Literally a goat?
all right. That is 2 plus 2 plus. I believe it gives you a +3, so that's 5. They take red damage normally, so that's 5 egg damage, I believe.
Yeah.
How do you want to describe it? They are looking really bad, actually, from that.
Hell yeah! Kai, kind of pissed off about that comment and willing to take it out on any person that is in front of him, and also mad because that person is a danger to the person he cares about. He's absolutely going for the jugular. Not necessarily. I don't know that he's ripping out insides right now. This fight just began, and no one has actually gotten hurt yet. But that is only because of Pryor's incredible dodging capabilities, and he knows that without warning, everyone in this party would be a lot worse off. So, he's gonna take a good solid swipe, and you know, I leave this person not completely unable to move or anything, but a lot worse for wear. It probably only makes it feel worse when they move to attack again, or to, you know, to dodge further in later turns. So.
Alright.
Yeah.
And, yeah, they are not looking good. And, Meru, what does Meru do?
Alright. So, Meru... He doesn't even really know what to think right now. I do have a question.
Yes.
With the people, the other henchmen, I guess.
Yes.
Is there a position Meru can get in where he can hit at least more? It doesn't have to be all of them, but at least more than one of them?
Meru can actually hit the henchmen were lined up.
Oh,
Do their
excellent.
execution.
Yeah, Meru will do that.
Yep, they were doing the dramatic, like, line of people, honorable beheading, like, in a line, and unfortunately that does mean they are literally lined up.
Excellent.
Yes.
So
Meru
I...
can hit every single one of them with magic
Okay.
bullet.
I will do that. What's the DC?
The DC to hit them is, DC 3.
3, and I will use desperation dice.
Yeah!
So it's 3 desperation dice?
Yes, you're at desperation 3 right now.
Okay, so I will roll. I will use willpower also.
Let's go!
I don't care. We're willpowering this. There we go.
God damn. 11.
That's 8 plus 4, that's 12 aggravated block damage.
Outright kills every single one of the henchmen.
Yay!
God. Meru, he's just... Honestly, at this point, he's just... like, deathly silent. Where he's like... once again, for like, what is it, like the 3rd time today, he just... he's kind of in his own, like, world right now. And Darfratius isn't even here, but he just, in his own head, because he's so, like, caught up in himself, he's, like, almost, like, hearing Darfratius, telling him to just go for it. So he does what he always does, because that's all he's really here to do right now in his mind. He's understanding the message. That's all he's here to do. He raises magic bullet, fires a trigger as always, and... you know, one by one, watches them fall to the ground from shots through the heart.
The woman looks down at the bodies with disdain, stepping on one of them, and sort of just scoffs and says, They should have packed up and quit if they were so inept. And Mix, it is your turn.
Most of them have been taken care of. I feel like we should just leave.
Mix is like, good work, team.
Alright, we kill all the executioners. Why don't we just get out of here? Come on, gang.
I mean, there are 3 of them left. I'm sure the survivors can fend for themselves.
Actually,
Clearly. Yeah,
They're
the one who got their
outnumbered.
arm cut off.
Yeah.
Listen, now they have a club to beat the other one to death with.
Yeah, I feel like prior taking care of that one means that like it's these 2. I really don't want to get close to that lady though.
I mean, you don't have to. You've got a ranged weapon.
I mean, yeah, but the point is, if I engage her in combat, it's not gonna be good.
Do what Mix would do.
You're built different.
Okay, we're gonna do what Mix would do. That's real.
Oh my god.
All right.
Swear to God.
So Mix pauses, and for a moment it feels like they're just gonna sit there and do nothing again. And then we sort of see their POV, and everything is quiet. And then they see a hand placed on, they like feel something like someone placing a hand on theirs, and they look next to them. They see that figure again, and it slowly guides their arm up, pointing, and Mix takes in a deep breath and fires, and they are going to oh god, they're gonna fire at they're gonna fire their first attack at this little evil person.
At the woman?
Yeah, the lady.
Alright. Make that attack. It is... Actually, I believe, let me double check. It would be a DC 6 to hit her.
Real. So what? It's firearms plus dex, and then Solomon, Butterfly's Blessing.
Oh, is actually, I believe, firearms is, was it dex? It's composure, actually, for firearms. You also have your little Solemn Lament under your custom rolls.
Real.
So you can select that, and then you can choose Solemn Lament. And remember, Child of the Galaxy hits on the first turn with your necklace.
Gotcha. That's real.
And is Mix opening with black damage or white damage?
That's a great question. That's a great question. That is a really good question. I think they're opening up. Oh, now I have to think. I think for the sake of this battle, it is black damage.
Hell yeah.
Alright, so make that roll.
But obviously, like the aesthetic, the sort of fantasies that they're shooting, both guns.
Yeah, at the same time.
Yeah,
But,
just regardless for the mechanic result.
Yeah, it's okay. This is. We'll see if this hits. Goddamn, this lady's scary. Ugh, that's not good. Aspire. Oh fuck! I guess we could have done this right. Oh, it's too late. I will use a willpower though.
You also could actually not desperation because you're an inquisitive.
That is true, actually. Now I think about it, I will re-roll.
Alright.
All right, I barely meet it.
That's a meat!
That is a meat! do you want to describe going to shoot at her? Because something does happen as you aim the gun.
Well, what happens as I aim the gun?
As you go to shoot, the man beside her suddenly moves in front of her
That's real.
and takes the damage instead.
That is real.
Oh my god, she's got her own pie.
I think Mix. Well, it's literally just as stated. Like Mix, slowly lifts up their gun, and just fires a single shot to start with, and it just flies through the air, and the man body blocks.
That would be +3 aggravated black damage.
And he endures black. So that would go down to...
2.
2. Yep.
I think Mix blinks for a bit, and then I think that's the push they need. And they step to the side, and they will fire their second attack.
Are they aiming
Well, now they're aiming at the guy proper. The guy who blocked the shot,
Hell yeah.
if I may, Mr. DM.
Yes, you absolutely may. Yeah, his sword basically
Portrait.
came up like a wall almost.
Gotcha.
Defending her.
I mean, it did do damage. I
Did
hope.
do damage to him.
All right. Even if it was not much. I will now shoot. What is the difficulty to hit the lesser of the two?
DC 5 to hit him.
Okay. Well, that one doesn't hit, but it's fine.
Yeah, he effortlessly bats away the bullet. And he doesn't say anything. But the woman next to him kind of grins a little. She looked not at all fazed by this. And she just kind of tilts her head and says, "It's almost like this is your first time in a fight. I honestly can't stand to watch it."
Mix, I believe you actually should have rolled 2 more dice for that attack.
Should
Oh,
I? I thought
yeah,
the second attack was made without any kind of bonus.
No, it's not made with it's made without a damage bonus, not without attack bonuses.
Oh.
Yes,
Aw.
yeah, please re-roll or roll some extra dice, because that should have been 1,
2 more
three,
dice. 2
four,
more
five,
dice on
six.
that.
2 more dice.
Gotcha. Well, it doesn't matter.
God, the dice are a paid actor.
Unfortunately, Mix
Really?
is... Well, don't worry. Mix will hopefully crit eventually.
Yeah.
As Mix fires and the creature dodges, Prior holds a smile under his mouth, but now is not the time to rejoice. Now is the time to fight.
Yep. And I'm gonna have our fixer friend that was redeemed. I'm so sorry, Baphomet, you've been waiting. Act at the end of the turn. These two now act. She kind of looks around you all, and even though her eyes settle on Prior and you can feel that glee in them, they narrow in on Meru, who has taken out all her men. And with a swift speed, she is up in your face.
Oh, cute.
You can... Actually, first, before anything, she has her blade drawn, and it starts to ink over. And then she swings. And you can make me a DC 5 Dex Athletics check.
Okay. Dex Athletics. DC 5. Alright, let's see. So
Willpower?
I willpower this.
Uh-huh. Oh, I forgot to add her bonus,
Never
actually.
goaded. What?
So I actually forgot to add her bonus dice to this. But I forgot, so that's my bad on her first turn. So you do on that one. You take no damage as the sword clashes against Magic Bullet, basically blocking it. And she kind of just is grinning down at you. And it's like, you're surprisingly tough for someone so small.
Meru, he's very close to being mentally impaired right now. But he kind of just narrows his eyes and, kind of, when their weapons clash, he kind of just swings swings Magic Bullet to kind of block the blade in silence. He's not gonna bother with giving her a response.
We did get some sanity.
Hey, that's Kai!
I was gonna ask if I was allowed.
I would say
I think
no
that's for
all
that's for our
Damn.
audience.
Yeah, that's for our
No, that's
audience.
fine.
So I'll refund
I'm
that.
sorry, it's fine. I have so many points, it doesn't matter.
Refund the
Okay,
points.
You
No,
tried.
no.
You tried.
You tried.
It's okay.
You might want to reset the timer on it then.
Oh shit!
Oh
Yeah,
my
you
God, I
should.
don't- Oh my god, let me go do that. Sorry, I have to
You
go
tried.
in.
It's okay, Kai.
I have to go.
It's okay.
Where is
No.
it? There we go. I'm resetting the timer.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Exactly.
Alright, there we go. The timer's hopefully reset. And next though, he moves. And I swear I'm not doing this just because you did this, Kai. I was going to have him target you before
No, it's
too.
fine. Fuck my life anyway.
She points at Kai and says, "Hey, end the bitch." And he brings down the sword. Make me a DC 5 athletics check. As he brings it down, trying to slice you in half.
Okay, cool.
You do have 2 bonus dice to this because of the hairpin.
Yes. 2 bonus. I'm sorry, what was the DC what? 5?
DC 5.
Can I willpower?
You can willpower.
Okay, that's only a failure by 1.
Alright, and you take 3 aggravated red damage. Kai's ego, I believe, resists red, so you take it as superficial damage instead of aggravated. So you take 3 superficial red damage as the sword comes down on you, trying to cleave you in half.
Awesome.
So because you take the superficial, it would be halved, so it would only be 2 superficial damage actually on your tracker.
Oh, right, yes.
Nice.
Because it turns into superficial, and then superficial is halved.
Okie dokie.
And before we go back to the top of the turn order, I believe we have a helping hand coming in as the grade 9 fixer before, who was about to intervene, runs in, sees that all of the henchmen are dead, and goes for the one that Pryor's locking blades with, and says, Bartholomew met here, grade 9 fixer, here to help, and attempts to attack.
Pryor tries so. Holy shit!
No!
Pryor tries to what?
Pryor hides the look of disdain on his face. It's reflexive whenever a fixer is mentioned. But that look of hidden disdain turns to pure shock as they just like come in from the behind with the fucking baseball bat.
With a steel
they
chair.
Just hit the DC, or no, I believe it was DC 5 to hit. So they actually do manage to land some of their damage and deal a point of aggravated red damage to the elite, who also looks very shocked by the sudden attack from behind.
This might be too much. This might be too much, but
Oh.
I will note the grade 9 fixer was not seen before everyone attacked everyone and we all got out of the car.
That is a good point. That is a good point. In that case,
Do you want to give them like a stealth roll at DC 4 or something to see?
yeah, let's give them a stealth roll to see if they're able to stealth and see if they're able to. All right, so DC 4 stealth.
Come on,
roll.
Bartholomew Met. Come on, Bartholomew Met.
It's the most powerful grade 9 in the city. Actually, no, that's a lie.
Oh my god. This is seriously gonna not be a grade 9 fixer if they survive this.
This is we're getting out of grade 9 with this one, boys.
Yeah, so they appear from behind and... Holy shit, wait, did they kill them? Because if you're stealthing, it's at DC 1, right?
Correct.
And they rolled 6? Yeah, I guess you killed the elite member. I guess you killed the elite member then.
Oh my god. This is going so well.
Bartholomew Met comes in because the member they didn't get a chance to silent mist away because of Pryor's crit and knocks them out. Honestly, Shion stops, or you didn't know her name, but the Kurokumo Clan captain stops for a moment and looks actually like shocked. Like she did not expect that to happen.
Pryor looks at the fixer and says, "Was that a loud enough distraction for you?"
Plenty loud enough.
Oh, don't
Pryor
act like you
turns
did
his
that.
look on everyone else. Hey, Pryor saw them sneaking up. Pryor saw the agent sneaking up. He was telling Kai originally to stand out there and be a distraction, and this is exactly why. This is all according to Pryor's plan, okay? He is doing calculations on a level no one else here can comprehend,
He's
alright?
playing 40 chess, all of us,
Yeah.
maybe tic-tac-toe. Completely different game.
Oh my god.
It's so funny.
Yep, and the grade 9 fixer, Bartholomew Met, pulls their weapon out of the elite and just gives you all a nod and looks like they're ready to go.
This is the type of shit you salute for, like...
Alright, who's next?
Well, it was going to be the elite, but
Well, the elite's dead, so who's next again?
Pryor, you're up next.
Alright, absolutely. Incredible. With that having been done, sorry, I was trying to fix Touched by the Light while that was happening.
Oh, thank
But,
you.
But
Sorry.
no problem. With that, Pryor sees an opening, and let's see. Yeah, I think Pryor is going to. There's a fatigue in his eyes, but despite that, he moves swiftly. Ducking behind Kai, he comes up around Meru, and as Meru is dodging, he plants a foot in front of Meru and sort of puts his body between Meru and the Kurokumo Clan leader and says, "Don't you dare." And with but a moment, Pryor lances back and attempts to swing at them, putting himself between Meru and the threat.
That's a DC 6 to hit.
Absolutely. Chances of hitting are very low. I want to make that very clear. But it's the thought that counts.
Oh, don't worry, you'll get a well, unfortunate.
Prior's not going to willpower because that would be aggravated damage. So Prior goes to lock blades, and as the second his blade touches that inky blackness, his blade just slips clean off, and he brings it back into defensive motion. It's all he can do.
She grins at you and kind of tilts her head and says, "What a pity, I thought you were stronger. Is this really all a big brother has to offer?"
Threaten my family more and maybe you'll find out. That's Prior's turn.
And Kai, you're up next.
I do not care for this woman, but I do realize that anything that I aim for going to her is just going to be blocked by her little bitch man. So I have to go for him.
You got this. Let the anger fuel you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm going to crit every single time I ever try to hit someone.
You got this.
Because I'm goated.
You're goated.
Because I'm built different.
You're built different.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, are there...
You're trying to hit him? DC 5.
I'm trying to hit it. Yeah. I forgot if there... Are there any...
You just add your Cobalt Scar and your Artifact Enhancement.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
That is all.
Cool. Yeah, mate.
Willpower?
You actually cannot because... Oh, wait, you can willpower. Sorry, my bad. I thought you were with Desperation. Oops. Yes, you can willpower if you want.
Okay. I don't like to look weak, especially when Prior just looked weak. God damn it.
No.
Listen, this person hasn't attacked Prior yet, and that's why you're not critting.
No, you're right. That's true
real.
and real, actually.
Yeah, he easily just deflects you, and he looks bored almost while fighting you, despite the fact that all their men lay dead.
I do not like this man.
And Meru, it's your turn.
Alright, so I have two things I can do here. I can either fire magic bullet, or I can try to ask for a stronger magic bullet to get called. I think I have a question.
Yes.
If I attempt to call on Der Freischütz right now, and he doesn't show up, does that just mean my turn ends?
No, you would still have something you can do.
So I would still be able to do an action?
Yes, yeah. If he is called upon, you would not be able to, but if it fails, I would still let you take an action.
Alright. So I think at this point, Meru, considering his taken a bit of, willpower, he probably got a bit taken aback when he heard Prior say something about family. Because considering the day they've been having, or the morning actually, it's still morning, I think.
It's afternoon at this point, I would say.
It's afternoon. Okay, well the day they've been having.
You've all been driving for a while. Like, it's actually probably getting close to the evening, like, by this point.
Okay, so it has just been a day. Okay, so the day they've been having. And I think more to himself than loudly, he's just saying, like, you guys aren't my family. There's only one person who's been able to protect me. And then more like just hoping, just desperately hoping he calls out for Der Freischütz, not even knowing if he can show up over here.
I am. Let me double check, how much reliability do you have?
0, it's up to you.
I will say, the portals form. From behind you, the blue light. And
While it's happening, can I have Meru try to just like kind of like shove Kai and Pryor like to their respective sides further away so they're not in front of him?
Oh yeah, wait, Pryor did get in front of you. I don't think Kai was in front of you. I think it's just Pryor who was in front of you.
Yeah, no, I was just more like trying to just give more space.
Oh yeah, do you shove him down? Do
nearby.
you shove him down so he doesn't get hit by the magic bullet?
Yes. Like Meru will like do like one of those like shove things like with his arm and shoulder, like trying to use all his body weight.
Pryor is so taken aback, and his ego doesn't protect him from things he doesn't see that he literally, and more importantly, nothing there doesn't warn him. So literally, you just catch him on the back of the shoulder, and he topples to the side.
And there's the sound of a bullet being fired, which misses.
They're a fraud.
What? Are you kidding me?
Derfratius never misses. I believe his attacks are made as
that's right. Derfratius never misses. My bad. I was like, I had a roll for him, but now that I think about it, yes, I forgot. I did say that. I switched his mechanics around a bit. I was thinking about the ones I had during the one shot. So, let's just ignore that roll. Derfratius does never miss. A bullet flies through. However, you know what? I'm gonna actually make her bodyguard roll for this, because this is an abnormality. Yes, okay, so he is able to interpose himself in front of her.
So my question
but it
is,
hit them both.
does that matter?
Yeah,
Does that matter?
Right! So
That's what I was thinking of.
He goes to interpose himself in front of her. And they both take 4 aggravated black damage. As magic bullet flies through the two of them. And I just need to double check. They both endure that. So they both take me having to double check what. They both take 2 instead of 4.
That's okay. The point was just that Derfratius is there. That's all Meru needed to see.
Hey, 2 egg is 2 egg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see there's actually surprise in her eyes and in the stoic man's. They weren't expecting that. They're not quite sure what just happened actually either. And you can feel the wisps of Derfratius' hand on your shoulder before the portals close.
Excellent. Yeah, no, that calms Meru down just a little bit, because now he knows, because he was feeling very alone before, and any act of like protection from Pryor, it just didn't, he didn't like it. The fact that Derfratius can still be called upon makes him feel relieved. Like, at least he has someone he can relatively trust. Who's watching out for him.
Because Derfratius is definitely always watching out for you.
Sure, for sure.
And definitely cares.
For sure.
And Mix, it's your turn.
Well, I mean, I'm just gonna shoot at the lady that's right next to him.
You do know that he can interpose himself. So I don't know if you want to go for her or if you're choosing to go for him instead.
The problem is I can't really shoot past her. She's right in front of me.
You know what? It makes him have to move. So you know what? You're just.
That's true.
Also, do note, firing guns in melee is a strength plus firearms roll, which I think, funnily enough for Mix, does not change the dice pool at all.
Oh yeah, it is the same dice pool for Mix.
Okay, gotcha. Alright, well, I will try and shoot. We'll see if I hit. I do.
Go.
You do. He intervenes. They swap spots. Takes a point of damage when he does. And are you doing your black or your white damage first?
White.
white. All right. So that would be, it's a +3, I believe. Aggravated. He does endure white. So
Gotcha.
he, takes
2 damage.
2 damage.
I will shoot him again.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I do not
You
hit.
tried.
Okay, the culprit's
Actually,
coming.
no.
Trust.
Oh no, because you weren't aiming at him, so it is only DC 5 to hit him. I was gonna say, is it DC 4? But then I realized.
Yes, because I believe he's taking the damage to interpose himself rather than a penalty.
Yep.
Which, yeah, Pryor's picked up on this, and from the ground he coughs and goes, "Keep aiming for her. It's running him down."
Her eyes do kind of dart to you on the ground.
There's something I
Mixes-
could do, but I'm not gonna do that.
And now you've got us all curious.
Oh, I know exactly what it is, but yeah, it's
Never mind. Now you got me.
maybe not at this moment, or it could be this moment. This could either way. That's an
I
interesting.
don't think it's
decision.
the moment at all. I think that's a very bad idea.
Yeah, it would be very narratively cool, but I also think it would be suicide.
I don't know what it is, but
You know what it is.
Yes, Mix is very gifted.
Yeah, I'm very gifted.
oh,
Oh yeah, that would
Yep.
be
I
cool.
don't think
but
that's a good
scary.
idea.
I think that might get you killed.
I think it's a very bad idea.
Yeah.
So
By the
do
way,
you,
I believe that. Yeah, Mix fires 2 bullets.
oh, the second one missed. I didn't even see the one that missed.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
the
guess-
second one missed.
I guess it's not 2 bullets. It's probably like a hail of bullets from each gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am
And-
going to have to pump some future XP into Resolve, though. I did not realize it was Resolve in firearms.
Oh no, it's composure firearms. It's composure firearms.
Or Composure firearms.
Yeah.
Yep.
I need to pump some stuff into that. Get it up.
What?
And it's her turn again. She looks very irritated. I mean, she's still grinning, but she also, like, looks kind of annoyed given, like, the state that he's now currently in. And she is first going to... Actually, you know what? Sorry, I'm just deciding. Instead of, she turns away from you all for a moment. And she says, he should be more than sufficient to finish you all off. As she raises her blade and goes for an execution.
Oh fuck.
Would any of you like to intervene?
Oh my
yeah.
god.
Yeah, if Pryor can.
Oh shit, Pryor's on the ground, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think Kai's the only one close enough to intervene.
God,
Pryor can say something though, I'll say. Because
Yeah.
you all see this happening.
yeah, Pryor should.
Yeah, Pryor is Pryor moves, and it's clear he's trying to go. He goes, no, and he's trying to get back on his feet, but he's
That's
just
so
not fast enough.
manipulative. No!
Desperation flashes in his
Don't
eyes.
do it!
Yeah. Yeah, Kai's gonna intervene, because of course he does.
My
Alright.
goat!
No!
No, my god.
Athletics check then.
Oh.
Dex Athletics, okay.
Oh.
What is the DC?
DC 4. And you have your bonus from the hairpin, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. That's 2, right? The bonus?
Yeah.
Yep. 2 dice. 2 dice bonus.
Yep.
Okay, DC 4?
Yep.
Oh!
God.
Red, so you don't take any
Thank
damage.
Oh my god!
Thank
Kai
God.
is goated!
How do you want to describe this? How do you want to describe this?
Oh.
As she raises the blade.
Kai and Pryor, when Pryor says Kai goes.
Yeah, that's. There is something deeply like animal instinct base level about Kai doing what Pryor says he wants. And he, absolutely would take any blow that was asked of him or block any blow for anyone else, for the sake of Pryor. And also I hate this woman, so I
think you just catch it in the claw.
Yeah,
yeah.
She's grinning, but it's not happy, and she's like, "You're surprisingly competent."
I liked her when she called all of us cute, but I don't really think her compliments mean what they are anymore.
You'll never meet anyone more competent than Kai.
That noise! And it's his turn, because I believe he has not moved yet, right? He has not. Oh god. He's looking at all of you. Just to check, is Pryor prone on the ground, or is he...
I'm saying he's taking the -1 dice penalty because that feels fair for the fact that he was shoved out of the way. Like, he basically... I'm treating it as he dodged an attack, if that works for you.
That does work for me. He's definitely going to target you then, because you're on the ground.
Yeah. As he swings down, however, Pryor blurs like movement. With the hairpin in his hair and his artifact empowered, I'd like to see him try.
It is a DC 5 Dex Athletics to dodge.
Absolutely. This is Pryor at his best. Magical Girl hairpin, crumbling armor's empowerment, and the protective armor of his blade. What's my difficulty?
Difficulty to dodge, DC 5.
Not even a pro. Oh, sorry. I did roll an extra dice there. However, even if we -1 success, that is still meets the difficulty.
Yep. And he tries to bring the blade down in a sky-clearing cut, slicing you in half.
And Pryor is on the ground, but like his body weighs nothing, the pin glows in his hair, and he goes from on his side. His hand hits the ground, his foot kicks up, and like he's weightless, he like turns his whole body around into a handstand and leaps backwards over the blade, getting back on his feet.
Let's go. And it's now Bartholomew's turn to act. Bartholomew will look to all of you and say, which one should I target?
Pryor looks and says, "Get the civilians out of here!"
On it! And Bartholomew will make a... Let's try to make a roll to, get the civilians to listen and see how fast we can get them out of here. No! Bartholomew!
Well, he's really bad at
He's
it.
not good
Look,
at
he can't be
talking.
good at everything.
Yeah, we can't all be winners.
He's
He's
spec
great at
completely
combat.
into melee, nothing else.
Well, it's fine. He's doing that. That's his turn.
Bartholomew spends the turn trying to get them out of here. It's gonna take another turn before they start moving, because they're all kind of too in shock.
He's covered in blood. Like, come on, he has to clean himself up first.
And that said, we return to top of the turn order. Pryor.
Pryor is back on his feet, and he is he is pissed. Swinging back to his feet, he looks at this man with his blade, holding life for a daredevil in one hand. He draws his finger along the edge of the blade, and as he points it, he says, He opens his mouth as if to say something and then closes it because everything that has been said has already been said. And with that, he just simply regards the man with an honorable nod and goes to strike.
Alright, and that's a DC 5 to hit.
Oh! Crier has nothing more to say. He strikes with a vengeance as he brings the blade up. He's watched this man, and under his breath he mutters, "Skyward strike, down from above. Can't block on the left." And as he brings the blade down to block, Prior steps in too close. The blade swings down beside him, and he cuts across the man's chest. That is going to be 4 aggravated pale damage.
Alright, he takes it normally. So he loses a hitbox, and 1, 2, 3, 4. This man is not looking good. He is on his last legs.
A breeze
Prior-
could push him over.
Prior is going to use his movement to pass by Kai and get on the other side of the Kurokumo leader, interposing himself between the civilians and her.
She notices this and kind of laughs and is like, I didn't realize the middle were the protectors of civilians.
I went away for a little bit, came back with a new perspective. I look at the world a little differently now, and all the eyes on his cheek blink.
Yeah, she just kind of tilted her head and said, you know, I was wondering about that, and what that little one over there did. And her eyes dart to Maru. And Kai, it's your turn.
I feel like if Mary gets called short one more time, he's gonna just shoot everyone.
He's gonna distort.
He's gonna destroy.
Alright, Kai, you know what to do.
I was gonna say, I was just gonna go for this woman, but since her mutt is about to die anyway, would you rather I go for him?
You probably should, honestly, because the roll to dodge is lesser, right?
Yeah, honestly, yeah, you might want to just cleave into
Truth
the
bomb,
man.
fuck this guy. Alright.
You got this.
Cobalt Scar. DC 5?
DC 5 to hit him.
Oh my god!
God damn.
He wasn't able to hit Prior.
Humiliating! Can I... It's because Prior didn't, like, yell at me. Can...
I think you'd have to crit on a willpower, so that would be a 1 in, I think, like, 100 chance.
I'm willing.
I mean, you might need that willpower to dodge. Oh, but you actually have a lot of willpower left.
Yeah, I'm built different. Sorry, Mr. DM, should I?
You may willpower if you want, but I will let you know you may want to save your willpower.
I'm fucking
But you can
fine.
use it. You can use it. If you want to use it, you should use it if you want to.
I'm built different.
Ooh.
Damn. Well.
Oh wait, you
tried.
tried the D. Oh no, you don't. Sorry.
No, I don't.
I thought it said. I saw the free +2, and I forgot it converts to free. So yeah, he does block you, and
All right.
he just kind of says. You actually hear him mutter under his breath, "There's no way we're being overpowered by these scumbags." And Meru, it's your turn.
Yes. So Meru is going to turn his focus on the woman.
Mm-hmm.
And he's now that he knows, he's gotten that little bit of reassurance that he isn't actually alone. He feels, even though he's still, his mental state isn't great, he's still feeling not as, his heart doesn't feel as heavy. So he raises magic bullet towards, the woman, but first I'm going to roll for where is it? I'm gonna roll for this.
No.
Okay.
That would be 1/2 their willpower. So you're gonna need to hit a DC 4 on your resolve composure.
Well, let's try it.
Shit, she is mentally strong.
She is indeed. Hello, Raiders! Welcome in, welcome in!
Okay.
Oh, hello, Raiders!
Wow.
Oh my
hello,
god!
more Raiders!
Whoa!
God.
Yay!
Wait,
Whoa.
holy shit, I can't shout you all out! But welcome in, all of you! Thank you for the
Welcome
raid!
in.
Thank you! I shall
Welcome! Welcome, Raiders. Not to cut you off, but you come into the TTRPG at a critical moment. After the managers have struggled with their interpersonal issues, they were forced to intervene in a conflict in the road ahead when their vehicle was attacked. Now, having dropped all the Kurokumo Clan henchmen, they face off against their leadership. One elite downed, but they struggle against a surprisingly strong foe and their very, very powerful henchmen. But it seems that the tide is turning, yet for whatever reason, their enemy doesn't seem too concerned yet.
And thank
My
you
question-
for the follow! Thank you, Fel!
But what were you gonna say, Mary?
Yes,
my
what's up, Mary?
question is, does this count for desperation?
Yes!
You're a marshal,
You
yeah.
are a marshal!
Cool.
Also, thank you for the triple attack. You are all so sweet. I can't really address chat tonight because did my pinned message go away?
I believe
No,
it's still
it
there.
hasn't. It's still there.
Oh, sweet. Okay, it was gone on my
You can
end.
check the pin as to why we can't really address chat too much.
Yes, but I love all of you and appreciate you all. And yes, please, Mary, are you gonna desperation on this?
Yes. So, desperation 3, DC 4.
Yep, desperation, free. The DC is 4.
Okay.
And welcome to the herd, Angel of Death.
Let's go. I got it.
Oh, yeah. This woman is guilty, and you have judged her to
Yeah.
die.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
pissed off. I'm like, I have to do all of this because of you. Maybe Pryor was being pushy, but he wouldn't have to be pushy if you weren't here. So he's pissed. So with that, he is going to fire magic bullet. What is the DC for that? 6?
DC 6 to hit her.
All right. Can I use desperation for that too?
You can!
May.
And you get the extra die from Justicia. Oh my god, this is gonna be gross.
It is gonna be
It better hit.
gross.
It better hit because I don't really have much willpower left. I mean, I have 5 out of 6 like superficial.
You don't need willpower. You don't need willpower. Why would
Yeah.
you ever need willpower?
me pretending I didn't hear what you told Kai like 2 seconds ago. I will roll. All right.
Yay!
Yep.
So with the exclamation point.
Yes, actually, that's a good point. I'm not seeing the overreach thing, but I see the exclamation point.
I'm assuming that it didn't then, because it's only 1/1,
Yes.
so no overreach.
I'm good.
I think
Yeah, you're
you
good.
are good. I think
It
you're
yeah,
good.
we'll always put up a message. Yeah, you're good. Mary was safe.
Okay.
Yep, so, he jumps in the way on instinct, but it's magic bullet, and you're dealing... He's definitely dead. I can tell you that for sure. But to her, you are dealing... Let me do the calculations.
You know what? As he perishes, Pryor at least respects that he is, as the man throws himself in, he is dying, living by his duty, and Pryor can't help but give the man a solemn nod as the bullet passes through his heart.
Yes. So that's gonna be 6 damage, and then there's the one pale she cannot do anything about. So she's actually weak to pale. So even though she endures the black, and only takes from the black damage itself free. 1, 2, 3. She actually takes Oh, she just normally takes the pail, but there's no having of it. She takes that one pail. And she's starting to look worse for wear.
All right.
All right.
She looks down at his body, and she kind of just sighs and says, "That's a real shame." And looks actually to Pryor at this and says, "I'm sure you know how nice it is having guard dogs around."
I did. And you're responsible for their lives. You didn't retreat. You didn't surrender. You wanted my head bad enough you want to pay in their blood? Pay the price in your own.
Oh, I'm gonna roll something real quick. Her smile starts to crack, actually. And that facade starts crumbling. And there is the slightest hint of fear in her eyes.
Pryor has no such fear as he meets her gaze. Despite the fatigue, the sense that his mind is failing him, he still stands perfectly stoic. The life you live is the consequences you reap. You've spent how long salting these fields? You didn't plant any crops. Don't cry when there's nothing to harvest.
As if you've done anything either.
Damn right I haven't. And that's why I'm starting now. If you want to down to me, if you want to act like I'm as bad as you, then you're right, I am, and that's why I'm changing. But you aren't.
Her hand shakes on the blade, clutching it tighter. And Mix, it's your turn.
She's still here? I was hoping she'd leave.
Nyx doesn't want to kill anyone, right?
Well, I mean, Mix will. I just mix the players like fuck. It's okay, it's fine. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Alright, hit with the white damage. We will see. Difficulty 6, right?
Yep, difficulty 6 to hit her.
Well, I don't hit. We'll see if maybe the second one does.
Black damage for the second one.
Neither of them hit, unfortunately.
She nimbly avoids your attacks. And she looks at Mix again and says, "You really aren't from around here, are you? You're lacking something that the rest of them are." And with that, she raises her sword as she goes for another execution.
Yeah, this time
my
Pride
God.
in the way. I don't think so. Alright, DC 4?
DC 4.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Briar
god.
sees her handshake, and as she brings it low, he pushes the blade to the side and gets right in her face, nose to nose. When everyone who relies on you dies, and with their final moments curses your name, know in your heart that you are to blame. Be judged for the life you've lived, and feel the weight of the guilt you refuse to see.
She can't even retort at this point. She's just gritting her teeth, shaking in anger and fear. And then it's I believe this turn, Bartholomew, I probably mispronounce it every time, starts getting the people out of there, as instructed. The one right under her is like kind of stuck, but because of Prior being right up in her face.
Yeah, he keeps the blade pinned to the ground as she can do nothing but watch as he runs away.
Yep, and the Fixer stands here and says, "I'll keep them safe." And Prior, we're back to your turn.
Prior looks at the Fixer, and with a nod, he says, "There's still good left in this city. Let me do my part." And Prior squares up. He moves to get around her, and he steps away from her now that the civilians are gone, and he doesn't have to stay nose to nose with her. He grins and says, "You know, here's the funny thing. I don't play fair either." Prior reaches to his sheath and unbuckles the latch, holding a single piece of crumbling armor in his hand. And Prior would like to throw his one shard of crumbling armor.
You may.
No one has seen Prior do this. It seems to be something new he's added to his belt. But as he detaches it, he rears back and he throws it with the precision of Red tossing a knife, almost like he's watched the footage over and over and over again to commit it to memory. And he will make a dexterity plus athletics attack.
Alright, and I presume it would be at the same DC.
It would be. It's just a ranged attack. So it'd be at DC 6. However, with the hairpin on his head, he leaps up, glides in the air for a moment, and strikes from an unseen angle. Adding all of his bonuses to this.
Oh shit.
You know what? Prior will take a point of aggravated willpower damage.
Oh!
Unless the light is going to speak, he wants this hit. He wants this attack going. Actually, wait, before I make a terrible mistake, I will note, both Meru and Mix have attacked her.
Oh, you're
this
right.
Turn.
Yes.
So would that lower, after 2 attacks, would that drop it to difficulty 5?
Yes. 2 attacks would drop it to difficulty 5.
Alright, in that case, that is barely a hit. So that would deal a whopping 1 pale damage.
She takes.
But damage is damage.
And she kind of curses under her breath. And Kai, it's your turn once again.
You said she's looking, like, how bad? Like...
She's looking pretty badly beat up at this point. Like, she is not doing well.
Alright. Yeah, the only thing I can really give to her is that she seems very perceptive, but that's not going to stop me from trying to kill her. So I'm going to try to kill her. What did you say? DC 6 still? Or is it 5 because
shit.
of
It
5?
would be DC, probably DC 5, because it's every 2 attacks against her.
Okay.
And the butterfly technically count as 1 attack.
Oh, what the heck?
Oh no!
You're only 1 away, and you have 3 unrolled dice.
Exactly. No, see, you get my vision. And that's that I'm a very reckless person.
He attacked Kai, so obviously it was going to be a crit.
Let's
He attacked
go!
Oh my god.
You are doing... Holy shit, how much damage? 6... And red is half, so you are doing 3 damage to her. Actually, no! Yeah, you are doing 3 damage to her. My bad. But because it's a crit... Yeah, she is not looking good. How do you want to describe this? Because she is on... Not her... Yeah, no, she is on her last legs, actually, as you come in with
Yay!
this.
I want to say that I, like, leap at her, you know, with, like, both paws going forward and lashing her in sort of, like, an X across her front. I don't think that I've dug her insides out necessarily, but, like, I have gravely injured this woman who has done her very best to kill all of the people that I am with. And I have absolutely no remorse for any actions taken against this person. So I'm going full in as hard as I can.
Alright. And Meru, we're back to you.
Yup. I think we all know what I'm gonna do.
I think we all know.
Yeah.
Ask for forgiveness.
Funny. I mean, how badly is she looking right now?
Real bad. She is not
Okay.
looking good.
Okay, so maybe I don't need your desperation on this. Well... What's the DC?
To hit her?
Yeah.
It would
Is it back
be...
to 6?
Oh, shit. I think actually, because she hasn't taken her turn yet, it would be DC... Oh, at this point, I think it would only be DC 4.
Okay. I guess I don't think I need to use desperation dice this time. Though I am worried those gonna be famous last words. No, I'll use them just in case. Just in case. I'm a little scared of bad rolls. Now this might be a bad idea, but I'll do it anyway. Excellent.
Oh! The crit!
That's 8 egg. 8 black egg.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep, and even halved by her. You kill her. How do you want to describe this?
Meru is just staring at her. And as he lifts up Magic Bullet, he finally says something back to her. All he says is, "Rot in hell." And then he fires, shoots her right through the heart, and coldly watches her fall, like, to the ground.
Oh, sorry, I cut you off. What was
No,
that,
you're
right?
good. You're good. I was gonna say he would coldly watch her fall to the ground, unless something else happens.
She falls to the ground. And as that bullet pierces her, you all see a light start to emanate from her.
Oh. Hey.
Hey, girl.
She is kind of shaking there. She should, for all intents and purposes, be dead. And you can hear her basically, it sounds like she's arguing with someone almost, as she starts to shout, "No, it's not fair. I've worked so hard. I've trampled over so many to get here. I'm not allowing myself to fall to these pathetic things, and I'm not listening to your voice either."
What?
The Kurokumo Clan captain rises from the ground, floating. There are 4 katana. Her own is on the ground where she fell, but floating about her and behind her shadowed form. All of you know the Night of Despair. Because that one was in your facility. I believe it was in the information team in particular. Mix had a connection to it. It almost reminds you of that, and out from her body there's a ripple that cuts into all of your souls. And do you all want to make me a DC-free willpower check?
So I automatically fail that, right? I only have 1 willpower left.
You can try.
I only have 2.
Hey, chat.
have
There's
only
a
one.
there's a cool little button you can hit
Yeah,
if anyone
one of you
wants
do
to
it.
bail us out
We're
of a
so
terrible
back.
situation called "Touched by the Light." If that doesn't happen, it's of course we will suffer the
We're gonna
consequences.
die.
But if anyone wants to become our favorite person in chat right now,
Please, I'm begging.
Real.
Thank
we have a
you.
meal. Our prayer,
We're so
as
back.
the light goes
Take
down,
care.
our prayers are answered.
All right.
All right.
All
Fail
right.
this.
I rolled perfectly.
Briar heals 1 willpower, and oh no.
Well,
You know what? Briar sees her stand, and as this whisper again sounds in the back of his head, he looks over to Kai, and straightening his back, the chain has found itself into his hand, and he says, "You're not a dog. You're the one I trust." And Briar lets Kai off his leash. And Briar spends his last point of willpower to shield Kai.
Oh.
And Briar has no willpower to spend
Wait.
to resist this.
wait. Okay, question.
Yes.
Fuck, I should have thought of this earlier. Damn it. So, if you'll allow it, Mr. DM, fuck.
Yes, what is up? What are you asking?
Can it's okay if I can't. Now I think about it, but I please. Can I use my gift on myself and someone else?
I would say not before this. Actually, okay. I will let you use
No,
it
it's
as
okay.
a-
It's okay.
As a reaction here. I will let you use it as a reaction here.
I can. Okay.
Yes, I will let you use it as a reaction as you see it rippling out, because there was a moment where she was suspended in the air. So you would have a moment to
Okay.
have grabbed someone.
I know it's really late to ask that. I'm sorry. I just did not think about it
You're
until
all
just
good.
now.
You're all good. You may do so. You may do so. You can grab one
Okay.
person.
All right. Well, as much as it would be cool, I'm not going to grab her because unfortunately, I'm not strong enough. That there's just no way. So I'm going to grab myself and Meru.
And would you like to describe the Snow Queen's gift activating?
I mean, to the viewer, it's just Mix just like looking at Meru, their fingers brushing against their scales, and then they just disappear. However, I can describe more so of what it looks like when we transition to Meru's POV. Although I'm not sure, did you want to describe what this creature does first, or do you want me?
You can describe your two first, and then I will describe what this creature does, since that acts first.
Gotcha, cool. Awesome. All right, so the idea, I'm sorry, this is very late.
No, you're good, you're good.
So Mix, they sort of seize up a bit, and then again they sort of feel like this terror, but then they look over at Meru, bite their lip, and then they sort of like drag their fingers across the scales and bring their hands together, clasping them. And below Meru, Meru's like bottom half starts to feel cold as he like starts to feel like this like strange like coldness spread throughout his body, and to Meru suddenly everything around him starts to crystallize, and it sort of twists and morphs until both of them suddenly Meru is like standing in this middle of this huge field of ice, with like no one around for you just cannot see anyone in the distance. It is nothing but like just this huge giant ice cave, and it's cold. It is noticeably cold in here.
So wait, is Mix there as well, or is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Meru is so taken aback. He has no clue what just happened. He kind of like frantically, like turns like from side to side, like trying to figure out where he is. Until he realizes that Mix is there as well. And even without being able to see his face, you can still see like tell how just frantic and concerned he is right now. And he's just like, what just happened?
Mix just looks grim. I'll hide here for a bit.
Hide?
We're not there anymore. We're somewhere else.
Why aren't we there? Why are we hiding? I didn't ask to hide.
We have to stay here.
And leave them?
We'll go back in a bit.
What if they're dead if we go back?
I was gonna say, Mix, Meru, you know now isn't the time for a conversation. You're not sure how much time is passing on the outside. As the pale ripples come over, Kai, you don't take any damage thanks to Prior. Prior, you take free, aggravated pale damage.
Prior will take that as -1 to his willpower box, 1 aggravated health damage, and 2 aggravated willpower damage reduced to 1 aggravated willpower damage as the pale washes over him and he feels his soul ripple and shred. But then those thorns dig into his head and he is reminded that he has purpose. And he'll reduce the number of pale damage boxes he'll take to his willpower by 1.
Alright.
So Prior now has 1 aggravated health damage his willpower track is full, and he has 1 aggravated point of willpower damage. And he sputters, and his eyes begin to dart crazily, but he focuses himself. And he says, "Don't falter now, friend."
And I will say, I'm keeping the initiative order the same. It's up to the 2 of you when you return. But, Prior, you're up first.
Dragging himself to his feet, he's not even sure what he can do to fight this thing. For a moment, he's completely overcome by this sense of futility. But it's not in Prior's nature to be overwhelmed. All things have a weakness. He is going to make a called shot against one of the katanas on her back.
Ooh, all right. You may do so.
He is not sure. Are they the same DC as her to hit? Or do they have a separate DC?
They are a static DC. They are a DC 4 to hit each one.
Okay. He will minus 2 dice from this. Difficulty 4 for the called shot. Because yes, there's a called shot penalty to strike them, correct?
Yes, there is indeed.
Right, we just want to double check. Oh!
Yippee!
You strike one of the katanas.
Yeah, Prior knows he can't hit her, so as he limps in the damage to his leg, there's a chunk missing and blood pours down. He brings his blade up as if to strike her, and with a feint, he passes harmlessly by her cheek and bats with all the strength in his body to knock one of the katanas out of the air.
It falls to the floor and impales itself in the ground.
That's Prior's turn.
Kai, what would you like to do?
So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand. I can't. There's no way to attack her directly yet because she has this shield of.
Oh, no. You can attack her directly. She just has a roll if you're trying to attack her directly.
Yeah. Prior
Gotcha.
isn't, because he knows he's not skilled enough with a blade to take her on. So he's aiming for something that he might be able to hit.
Okay. Yeah, This is very much a thing where I'm like, there is literally no one but me right now to defend Prior's life, and he's looked bad this entire fight, and he's only looking worse. And I thought that I I did her in already, but it seemed, or I thought that we did her in already, but that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. But I can absolutely keep on pushing, and I'll kill this woman no matter how many times she comes back as a gross puppet. DC, sorry, one more time, 6?
Oh, yes, you know what, I can roll her Dex Athletics first for you, so you have a DC.
Okay.
Let me grab that. DC.
And I just have artifact enhancement and cobalt scar, and
Yep, you just have your artifact enhancement and your cobalt scar.
Fine, crit.
But I can crit. Oh my god, please, it's for Prior, please.
Oh!
God.
We're so back.
Every time.
Of course. Why would you
Of
even
course.
doubt it in
No,
the
why
first
wouldn't
place?
it be? Why wouldn't it be? Never even had a question.
Exactly.
Alright, so you're doing plus free egg red damage. And she is weak to red. So, just double checking on that. She, with weak. I'm getting used to the new mechanics still. Her any supernatural damage is not half. So.
Yep. So egg is so she just takes three whole egg.
Yep. 1, 2, 3. She lets out a cry and do you want to describe actually how you attack her?
You said she was like floating up in the air, right?
Yes. Not
that...
not very high, but like she's kind of like hovering.
Got it. I still think that I'm gonna go for her legs regardless of the fact that she's not like floating super duper high up, but because I've already gashed into her chest a whole bunch. I know that she's not whatever a person is anymore, but I'm clawing at her thighs as if I'm going to cut through arteries that matter at this point, that I don't think that they do anymore, but that's... I'm going all in.
Alright. And as you go all in, we go to Meru, who is with Mix. Now, just because there isn't the time for you two to have a full conversation, I will say you both have... You can spend your turn until you decide to leave. You each get 2 sentences to say to each other.
Okay, cool. Well, Meru, frankly, he only needs 1 sentence. He's very, like, his heart is, like, beating so quickly, because he doesn't know what's going on here, he doesn't know what's going on wherever everyone else is now, and he just looks at Mix and says, "Get me out of here! We can't stay!" That's all he says.
And Mix, it's your turn.
Well, shit, only 2 sentences.
Yeah.
Now, trying to figure out how to, like, convince Meru with 2 sentences.
I mean, you don't have to. Meru can't concede because he can't even try to attack you if he wanted to.
Well, it's not so much that, like, you have to fully admit. It can't be a rush thing is the problem.
I'd say I'd usually give you both more time, but you are in the middle of a fight.
Yeah.
That's fair. No, I get it. Talking is not a free action at the moment, but Jesus. I guess Mix just says, I don't know. We'll see how this plays out. You have to admit defeat. Just do it.
I guess that can't happen this turn. Yeah.
Mix has let Meru know that, so next turn you both can decide to do that. And it passes to her turn. She is going to use this fun little attack.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
One of the katanas floats up in the air, one of the 3 remaining ones, and tries to skewer through Prior.
Oh, shit. Prior pulls back the blade and dodges with his whole heart and soul. He dives to the side. But it's okay, because Prior's good at this. Prior is so good at this.
He literally is. He's the goat. No, Peepaw.
Peepaw.
No.
Prior takes another point of aggravated willpower damage. He's gotta. I mean, he takes willpower damage either way. He's gotta at least try and minimize it. Jesus. Alright.
So that's gonna be 2 aggravated
2
pale
pale
damage.
Willpower box reduced by 1.
Sorry, am I wrong about it being 2?
No, you're correct. Yeah, because he failed by a margin of 2.
Oh!
No, sorry. He failed by a margin of He failed by a margin of 1, so it's 1 aggravated. So Prior loses a willpower box, but the Crown of Thorns ignites, and he absorbs the 1 damage from the pail. So he just loses a willpower box.
Yep.
However, Prior looks terrible. His very essence is being eaten away at, and you actually see the eyes begin to grow larger on his cheeks as his mental corruption begins to spike rapidly.
And,
Were the eyes on Gaze always that big?
the eyes on Gaze?
Yes. Prior is beginning to succumb to corrosion as he tries to fight back the rapidly losing sense of self.
Yes, and Prior would have to make a DC free willpower check, but I don't think that's possible for him right now, so he is impaled and pinned in place.
Oh my god.
He catches the blade, it catches him in the chest, there's a coughing sound, and boom, he is against the ground, gasping as the blade has pierced right through his chest.
And we go back to the top of the order. Prior, it's your turn.
I am impaled. Wait, hold on. I don't suppose our grade 9 fixer is back
Oh
yet.
my god, wait, our grade 9 fixer! That is right, our grade 9 fixer is still here.
Oh my god.
Bartholomew has gotten the civilians to safety, runs back and says, "What's the situation?" And
Prior's
stops.
impaled through the chest and points at the flying figure.
On it.
This is the bravest grade 9 fixer in the city.
He's like
Actually-
grade 6 now with the fucking the killing the elite in one fell swoop.
Do you tell the grade 9 fixer to aim for one of the katanas or to aim for her?
Oh, aim for the katana, absolutely.
They sadly do miss, but they do try to aim for them. And, I did skip their turn. Kai, it is your turn now.
You know, honest to God, it feels so repetitive just going at this woman over and over again.
You could take a turn to try and get your gear together if you felt risky. You could try and get your safety equipment, enhance your claws.
Yeah. Yeah.
You also know she is weak to your claws.
Yeah. Okay, so sorry, that's just rolling safety equipment?
That would be rolling safety equipment.
Is
So that would be... It would be plus 1 dice, so I believe it's currently keyed in at 4 dice. It would be 5 dice. And, if you wanted to, I would argue, Mr. GM, sir, that
Yes.
this is no longer against a human target.
Yes! You can use your desperation!
Yay!
This is not a human. This is a not fully formed ego being man. It is a mix of a distortion. It's someone who has failed to manifest ego,
Alright.
but was trying to.
Just, so 500 dice and then a desperation die?
3 desperation dice.
3 desperation die. Sucks.
And you're against difficulty 4.
Please be goaded.
Yay!
Enough.
Enough, yes.
Yeah.
With that, Kai, you can coat your claws in your potent, extra safety gear. Oh, all right. Kai just got a lot deadlier.
And Meru, it is your turn. I will say if you both do decide to leave the realm this turn, you will still get to act when you come out of it.
Okay. So what was it? Mary was told what the conditions are to leave.
He must admit defeat.
Okay, well that's easy for Meru because Meru, even if he wanted to, he couldn't hit Mix. He's still locked onto that woman. So he's like, okay, fine. I mean, yeah, no, you win, I lose. There was no way I'd win whatever this is. Does that work? Have I admitted defeat?
I think that does indeed. I was also going to say it is not the same person, so you're no longer locked on. But
Oh,
I don't know
okay,
if Meru
cool.
would shoot Mix to get out of there.
Well, no. I also maybe Meru hasn't even realized it's someone different. Like he just is so caught up in everything. He also wouldn't shoot Mix anyway.
Yes. So Meru, Mix, the snow begins to melt around you both as you're both returned. And when you come back in, you see the creature floating there. You see Bartholomew squaring off against this woman. You see Prior impaled. And Kai looks like he's getting something together. Prior, Kai, if you want to both explain the shape that you're both in, but...
Prior is pinned to the ground. Like, there is a straight up, like, katana through his chest. He is gasping. Blood is running down his mouth. And as it is, he is coughing violently. His eyes are dilated. Nothing there's ego gift is beginning to grow along his face, and it looks like the neck of gaze is beginning to creep up Prior's chin. Prior's mental corruption is massively high right now.
Yep. And Kai, what state does Kai look to be in?
Kai is ready to claw this woman's limbs off. This thing's limbs off. He's getting ready to do something drastic.
Okay.
Mix, Meru, how do you both look when you return?
Meru, he is like relieved for a total of like not even a whole second before he like takes in like he sees like Prior impaled and he feels like he's about to like pop a blood vessel. He probably even like gasps a little bit because he didn't know what he was expecting, but it wasn't that. And he is so glad to be back. Because he was quite worried. But that's how he's feeling in the moment.
And what would... Oh, sorry, please continue.
Oh, I was just curious. You did say we can do something this turn?
Yes, I was gonna say, yeah, you can act, and then I was gonna ask the state Mix is in, and Mix can act as well.
I mean, yeah, similarly, to be fair.
Okay. So I'm gonna try to have Justicia come back then. If this is a different person now. So I will... What is the, half the willpower now?
Half the willpower now is only 3.
Okay. So I will... Let's see. 3, let's see if I get it. Cool. It's enough. Very nice. Okay. And I will desperation dice on this. What is the difficulty?
Difficulty is... Oh, you are trying to hit them, so they're gonna try to dex athletics. Are you aiming for them, or are you aiming for one of the katanas?
I'm aiming for them.
Alright, then in that case, let me roll what the difficulty will be. 4.
4? DC 4?
Yep, DC 4.
Oh.
Okay, let's
Oh,
roll.
should have been 1 dice less now that I think about it, actually, because Kai had attacked. No, Kai did not attack, so yes.
Okay, DC 4?
Yep, DC 4.
Alright, let's roll.
Oh!
Oh!
God damn!
God bless.
That's gonna do a lot of damage. 12. That's doing 12 damage. It is endured by black, so it is half, but that's still 6 damage, plus the pale. Pale is endured, but you also can't go smaller than 1, so 6 black, 1 pale. How do you want to describe that?
Meru, because he was just so taken aback by the sight that he saw, it was almost like, this is a weird analogy, but you know when like, say there's like really, really like steaming hot water and it's so hot that it almost feels cold?
Yeah.
That's kind of how he feels with his emotions, that they've gotten so like, so much has been happening that it almost like breaks into nothing, like feel like emptiness.
Ooh.
And as he quickly aims his magic bullet with, you know, practiced ease, the spot on his Justicia bandage glows that bright like pale blue where his left eye would be, and he fires the bullet, leaving the traces of electricity in its wake, trying to honestly at this point probably hit her right in the face. Ugly little face.
It is not happy. It is not pleased. It howls in pain as it's hit in the face, blood and shadows beginning to gush out of it. And Mix, what do you do?
Well, I'm just gonna shoot.
Alright.
I will shoot.
Alright, is
Difficulty,
rolling to
what is
dodge
it?
with -1 dice.
Yep. So the difficulty to shoot would be
5.
5.
Dead on the money.
Oh,
You do
well, it's
have
okay.
Mix.
It's okay. We're so back. We're
Come on,
gonna.
You could willpower
Never
that.
more
You could willpower that.
I don't want to. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we got a
a
hit.
modifier, but I do hit. I probably should have said the first one would have been like black. I think, and
First one's
Yeah,
black,
yeah.
so second, that's 1 egg white.
1 egg white. And do you want to describe as... Oh, and white is normal, so it does take it as 1 egg.
Yay!
Oh, wait, no, sorry, no. I was reading, it hit DC 5, so it doesn't... What's the damage modifier on the second attack? Is it just +1?
It's plus 0 because it's the second
Oh.
attack. But all attacks do at least 1 damage.
Got it. So
Yay!
yes, and please describe that.
Mick shoots. There's not really anything super flashy about it. Just Mick shoot.
Mick shoots. The butterflies of the bullet cluster around this thing. And with only 2 swords remaining, its swords, one of them flies toward Kai, and one of them fly toward Meru.
Great. So what are we doing?
You are going to be making
Dex
this
athletics.
Dex athletics check as I 5
DC
Kai.
6.
Yeah, DC 6 for Kai to dodge. DC 1 for Meru to dodge.
Oh.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, honestly, by
Wow.
distance, that makes sense.
DC 1.
I'm just rolling my normal die.
I think Meru
right?
can miss that.
Yeah,
It
I
would
think
be
I
your
can
dex,
miss that.
dex plus athletics plus the 2 from the hairpin.
Plus the 2 from the hairpin. Yes. Okay.
Oh my god, Meru did almost fail.
Kai, you really might wanna willpower that because that's pale
Uh-huh.
damage coming at you.
Uh huh. Yeah. Well.
Alright, so for Kai, that is you are taking 3 aggravated pale damage. So you can split that, get rid of one of your willpower health boxes, and you can split that between. And you also need to make me a DC-free willpower check to not be pinned in place by the blade.
I cannot succeed at that.
Yeah.
Yep, so you are pinned in place by the blade.
Okay, cool. I do want to ask how the aggravated.
You can take it to either willpower or health. If it's already superficial, it just becomes aggravated. So for your health, for your health, it would become. No, sorry. The two superficial would remain, and it would just become 2 more aggravated. So you'd end up with 2 superficial, 2 aggravated. If you took it to willpower, it would just those superficials would become aggravated.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Yep. And you are also pinned in place.
Great.
That said, something happens when all of the 4 swords have been rendered. Because the other sword that misses just impales in the ground. This creature lets out a cry of despair, falling to its knees.
Oh shit!
Yep. Prior, Kai, you are both freed, but do take do need to make you actually don't take any damage because they do dissipate. However, you all do need to make a DC 2 willpower check or take 1 aggravated white damage.
Briar cannot make that check and automatically fails. However, yet again, an old friend protects him.
Oh my god.
As the crown of thorns shields his mind from the crying.
I'm just taking that aggravated white damage.
Yep.
Ouch, I guess I am too.
Yep, you also are Mario, and Mix also is.
Cool.
Owie.
Yeah, I go, ooch, owie.
How's Bartholomew going?
Oh wait, Bartholomew also needs to make this willpower check. Wait, Bartholomew, let's see how you do. Bartholomew is fine. Bartholomew is fine. It's actually his turn, or their turn. Sorry, their turn. Bartholomew is going to attack. Oh, actually, the katanas are back, so Bartholomew will aim for one of the katanas.
Yeah. Prior wants his katanas fucking gone. Holy shit!
Oh my god!
Bartholomew fucking grade 9 fixer, everyone.
Can we? Okay, with 10 successes, can we say he gets 2 katanas with that crit?
Yes, with that crit, they're able to get 2 katanas. And Prior,
we just found the best fixer in the city, chilling in a random back street.
Oh, there shouldn't be 2 playing. You really did. You really did.
All right.
Oh my god. Yeah, Prior, what do you do? This creature is looking worse for wear at this point.
Prior pulls himself to his feet. Despite his grievous wounds, he grits his teeth and he sees his chance. Moving to one of the downed swords, he tries to unearth it from the ground.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. You can try to grab it. I would say to unearth it from the ground would probably be a strength athletics check at DC free.
Absolutely. May I make an argument?
You may.
Because this is ego gear, to substitute my composure.
Yes, I will allow that.
Prior knows that ego responds to the resonance of those who wield it. This vessel is improper. Prior quiets his mind and attempts to pull the blade free. What is my difficulty?
DC free.
All right. Now, he has taken -2 to this because he is willpower impaired. But he gets his bonus from his empowered gear. So let's see how this goes. I'm now having the issue where it's not letting me roll. Hold on one sec, just reloading the page.
Oh no, no worries.
Prior has to take a moment, but when he comes back, he sucks in his breath and attempts to make the ego his.
Free composure athletics, I believe.
Yes, I was just rolling. I was just making sure I had the -2 for mental instability in there. Prior's really good at this. Barely, but he makes it.
Let's go! Yeah, you're able to lift the katana.
Is that his whole action?
I would say it probably would be.
Perfect,
to
that's
lift
fine.
it out of the ground.
Prior pulls the katana free. Life for a daredevil in his sheath. He holds the katana in one hand, feeling its weight. You know what? May I? Even though that was the action, can Prior try and stow it inside his improvised gear containment unit?
You know what? Yeah, I will allow that. I will allow you to stow
Prior
it in there.
Prior smashes the button on the side of his containment unit. He feels the tiny generator boot up, and as it opens up, he pushes the blade. And it's big, but the containment unit is just long enough. He gets the sheath in there and slams it shut, and hopes that maybe it's able to hold the gift inside of it. That's the end of Prior's turn.
All right, and Kai, it's your turn.
Okay, so I'm really going for the kill here. I think I've already got +2 die, and then I also the safety equipment thing, like I'm even stronger now against her because she's weak to my damage.
+3 dice.
+3 more or +3 total?
+3. So you will roll Claws of Cobalt.
Yes.
With the improvised gear bonus and Cobalt stars.
And die. What's the difficulty
Nice.
again?
No, and the difficulty would be, and are you aiming for her in particular, not one of the katanas?
Yes.
All right, if you're aiming for her, that's gonna be a 8 success. So DC 9. Or sorry, wait, yeah.
She's dodging, so it would be
Yes.
DC 8.
Yes, DC 8. My bad, I got the two confused.
You're good. It is 10 die that I have, right?
10 dice,
Improvised,
yep.
Yep, you've got 10 dice.
Oh my god. Okay.
And that does.
I don't think Kai has done anything but critical.
That is exactly enough. Holy shit. How do you take this? How do you take this creature down?
Oh, I kill this bitch. Good. Can I do my second beheading of the day?
You may.
With this disgusting creature? She's got as I go in and I slice her head off with my like elongated wolf claws, I look into like the hollows that like were her eyes, and I feel a great satisfaction in taking down this person who has driven the person that I care about to the edge of sanity, and also I think also almost death. I did see him pinned down with the sword through his chest earlier. after I feel the relief of that wash over me, I'm going to be very, very worried about Pryor's state.
And you all have a moment to catch your breaths.
Pryor turns to the Fixer, and despite the fact he wants to collapse into a gibbering pile, he straightens his back and offers the Fixer his hand. And it is the first time he has ever done this to a Fixer, so it's a little stiff and awkward, and he says, "You saved our lives today. Thank you."
The Fixer takes your hand, shakes it, and says, I know there's a lot of different reasons people become Fixers, but that's what I'm trying to do, at least. Shakes your hand and will start heading out unless any of you stop the Fixer to say anything else to them or to him.
I don't think they took a single point of damage either.
No!
He's the most goated Fixer in the world.
That's so wild.
I can't believe we had a true Limbus Company moment of about to get our ass kicked in the cutscene by a giant distortion before a Fixer swoops in and kills everyone.
Oh my god.
I'm really sad none of you got sneak attacked by that one soldier. I'm really sad.
Maybe this really was this company.
But yeah. Pryor just salutes the Fixer as they walk off, and says, "Get those people to safety."
I will. And did Meru want to say something? It sounded like.
No, Meru does not, but Meru is like intensely staring at the Fixer as they walk away. It's so glad that no one can see his face right now. But he is just watching him go. Little part of him kind of in awe because he had heard grade 9 Fixer and then saw all that and was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Grade 9 Fixer, everyone.
Yeah, I know.
A bit better.
Meru's like, that's not going to be a grade 9 Fixer tomorrow. Like, in his head, he's like, by tomorrow, that's going to be like grade 6, 5. But he doesn't say anything.
Pryor turns back and says, "What did I say? I'm not the only dreamer in this city." Ah, shit. Okay, I'm in no state to be smug right now. I am. Kai, I really need a mentor. I need one of those. I need one of those sanity bolts right now.
Yeah. I need to use one of them on him. I'm using one of them on him. So now I have 4, right?
Yes. I believe it's an int medicine to use the bullet.
Int medicine.
Okay. Cool.
It's DC 2, but if you crit, it heals 2 points.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. Int medicine. Meow.
That's a crit.
Yep.
Goddamn, yeah, heal 2 points of willpower.
That's my Bayfie. No one understands me.
With his mental corrosion back under control, the gear retreats and the thorns stabilize on his head, and he pulls himself to his feet despite the gash in his leg and says, "Mix, that was quick thinking, rescuing you and Meru. Good work."
Mixed, just nods.
And Meru, I know, yeah, saved my life there. Thank you.
Meru is just staring at Pryor, doesn't even verbally respond to that. But you can't really tell any kind of expression on his face.
Pryor actually walks over and bows to Meru and says, "I was wrong. I made a bad call. When I was pinned under that blade, if you hadn't come back, I would have been dead. You were absolutely right. That was a fight that I was too anxious to pick. I hope you'll forgive me."
Meru is clearly taken aback by this. So taken aback that he even takes a step back. And just kind of stares at Pryor. And then looks away and goes, Don't bow to me.
Hmm.
We're alive.
Humility.
That's what matters.
I think after everything I put you through, you deserve to see a little bit of humility.
I don't need
But-
humility from you. I just need to not be put in these situations all the time.
I know. I'm aware that I have a lot to atone for, but I can't do that by forcing you all on this journey with me. I will try my best to control my guilt.
We'll see about that.
All
Let's
I can
get
do is
moving.
try. He nods his head, and he's right. Let's get back in the car. I don't think it was damaged. He looks back. Was the truck damaged in that scuffle?
No, the truck did remain
God.
unharmed because you all had exited it. It also looks like the one Kurokumo Clan elite had snuck in there. Probably you're guessing the moment they recognized who Pryor was.
Pryor does, however, look over at Shion. Sorry, I don't know that. Pryor does look over at the fallen creature and goes, "But what was that thing? It wasn't an abnormality. I don't think it was."
I also have a quick question.
Yes.
Can Meru quickly, I know we have to get to the truck, but can Meru quickly run over and see if he can loot a body?
Yes, you may. Do you want to roll a dex survival to see what you can loot from the body?
I would love
Or,
to.
wait, a dex survival is if you're quickly looting, I guess. I don't know if wit survival might be better, actually, for, like, looking at everything.
It's the same.
Oh, it's the same? Okay, I'm going to say wit survival from now on for looting. I don't know
Okay,
why I
wit
said dex
survival.
earlier.
It's alright. It doesn't matter in the end.
Yeah, same
All
rule.
right.
Yeah, you may loot the bodies.
Yes, while Mary's looting the body, I do want to get us back in the truck and to the checkpoint. But note, does the body, does anything happen to it after it dies, or does it remain in the form it was in?
That is a good question. I would say the body is probably... God, this is me having to, fact check myself actually real quick on what happens. I
In that
think
case,
the body
Pryor will
is
actually...
reverted to
Yeah.
the former human stealth after it has been killed.
Yeah, Pryor...
I could be
Pryor
wrong. I
looks-
could be wrong. I might be misremembering, but
Either way, Pryor is actually going to beg the body. And he's going to say, "We can dump it on the side of the road before we get to the checkpoint, but I want to take some time to study it. I've never seen a phenomenon like that." This feels... that voice I've been hearing in the back of... I should admit to you all, I keep hearing this faint whisper in the back of my mind, and I don't know what it is. I don't suppose it could just be me going crazy, I hope.
the rest of you have also heard a faint whisper
Yeah.
every once in a while. In your minds. Kai especially has, considering what happened during the one shot.
This voice, you think that voice has to do with this woman, or what happened to her?
It sounded like she was arguing with someone, didn't it?
I should say that I've been hearing the same voice that you have, so I don't I don't think you're losing your mind, or if you are, then we might all be losing our minds.
I have a theory.
And
An
you're going to
abnormality
study it.
might have escaped. Probably something from the main facility. Maybe it's influencing people throughout the nest.
I hope you find what you're looking for with the dead body that you're bringing into the truck with us.
Don't worry, I'll keep the area clean and sterile. I'll find what I can from it, and I'll make sure it's disposed of properly. Cremated. I think they
I
deserve
trust
that
you.
at least. And Kai, thank you for the trust, but can I have the head?
I will, because it's Prior, of course he'll hand it to him. He, got what he needed out of looking it into its eyes and feeling that victory, so he's gonna, hold her up by her... She's got a ponytail? What's her hairstyle again?
She's kind of got, two,
Buns, kind of?
two buns, sort of, loose buns.
I pick her up by one of her loose buns and hand it to Prior.
Prior very gingerly and respectfully takes the head, places it in the body bag, and treats the corpse with the utmost respect as he loads it back into the van.
Oh, and Maru,
Yeah.
with 2 successes. They don't have anything super valuable on them, but you do get some more money.
Let's go!
You have a feeling that everything that was on her may have gotten, when she distorted, but you do find, I'd say, about another equivalent of $50 in the currency in the
Alright.
city.
Cool. Thank you. I'm adding that to my little list.
I don't know if you're searching also the executed corpses or just the Kurokumo Clan
mean,
ones.
If I'm allowed to, yeah.
You can. You will find, in those who have been, offed, the people, you probably find a lot of, pictures, a lot of personal, IDs from when they lived in L Corp's nest. It's a lot of more sentimental stuff that you find in there.
If they had money, they would have paid it to the clan already.
Yeah. Yes. I guess Mara will just weirdly kind of pause for a moment as he stares at some of the photos.
There's a
But
there's actually in one of the photos there's a group of 4 people in it who look to be in their mid to late teens, and it might remind you of a certain group.
Yes. No, Meru, he stares at it for a second, not sure why he's pausing at that particular photo, and then kind of gets this weird flash of a memory that he had forgotten about for so long, of himself at a younger age, with a group of 3 other people, approximately his age, a little younger. They were children, but maybe he was 10 or 11 or so. And it's just the briefest moment of the 4 of them together. And almost like the photo burns him, he drops the picture, hurriedly stands up and rushes back to the truck.
All right, Manager Mix. I think we're just a short ways away from the checkpoint.
All right, let's go.
And you all start to head towards the border as night has begun to fall, but not quite the night in the back streets yet. You all come to the border between District 12 and District 11. Outside of where you know K Corp is. And you know that you're all going to need to find a way through the border. But for now, that is most likely a problem for the next day, as you're all injured and you're all in a safe enough place, not being on the back streets, close enough to the edge of K Corp's nest, to rest and recuperate for a moment. And I think that's where we'll end if no one has anything else to add. Someone with 50 game points redeemed for the sweepers.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Quick, end the session right now before they can.
Oh my gosh, that was so much fun. You always all do an amazing job. Thank you, all of you, for coming to chat, to lurk. It really meant a lot to me. Thank you for all the raids tonight.
Mia, please don't.
Remember to... Let's make bitter rest inside one of the houses that execute people. Actually, yeah, that's honestly probably. But no, oh my god, thank you all so much. Thank you, Baker. Thank you, Nia. Thank you, Sky. Thank you, everyone here. Baphomet, your little helping hand fucking killed it in that fight. Yes, Comet, I'm so glad you're excited for K Corp. We will be having an intervallo that's going to be coming out on YouTube. So if you want to watch the previous sessions there, and I will post about when the intervallo comes out in my Discord, which is here, you can find those there. But yeah, next up is K Corp. Very excited for it. I'm very excited. There's big plans there, and I'm sure nothing will go wrong in K Corp.
Yes.
Nothing ever goes wrong in K Corp.
As we take our bow, thank you. One last thank you to our wonderful DM, Cinna. Can we get a round of applause in the chat for our fantastic DM today?
Let's go.
So much.
Cinna, you did so good.
You did.
We also
I
kicked
guess-
so much ass in comparison to last time.
Oh my gosh.
But yes, everybody, I suppose this is our chances. We're closing out to just give a final notation. I am Prior of Prior Year. I play Manager Prior, and thank you all for coming.
Oh yes, yeah, all of you please introduce yourselves.
I guess I'll go next. Meru, Meru Online. I play, our control team department head Meru. And yeah, I appreciate you all. I know I just wrote a little something in chat, but you all are amazing. Thank you all for coming. It's so fun getting to do these every time, and I can't wait. I can't wait to get more into this.
I guess I'm next. I'm Mix Time. I play Mix. I'll try to do better next session.
Oh, no!
I was
No,
not
you were
good.
great.
No, it's okay. It was in character.
You were so in character.
Yeah, hey, I'll.
You're gonna pop up next time. We're gonna be in the nest, so this is gonna be your environment.
Yeah.
Then all of us can suck and you can be good.
Well, as long as the roles are kind to me, maybe.
I believe in you.
But thank you for coming. It was very fun. Thank you guys for watching us.
And I'm Kai Calypso. I play Manager Kai. I know less about this game than everyone else here, but they are all very nice to me, and I rolled really good today, so I feel like I do really enjoy this TTRPG. Cinna's been amazing. I've been a fan of him since he only had 13 followers on here, and watching him blow up has been so fun, and I know that he'll continue to, and I cannot wait to see. I love all the I love all the I love all the chatters, and I'm really excited to see all the art that I have seen people talk about creating for this TTRPG, because I've been brain rotting about it into the wee hours every single night since this was first conceived as an idea.
Same.
That's so real.
God, I love this. It's been my brain rot. But yeah, please everyone go follow all of them. Please, please, please. They are all so incredible. I could not run this game without each of them and the amount of passion that they bring to this game and how much energy they bring to it. They're all so fantastic. So please go follow them, go give them lots of love. And with that, stay tuned for when the next live session will be. It'll likely be early in December. Special Christmas session because nothing happened in K Corp's territory during Christmas. So
Nothing
I'm sure we're all good.
Real.
But let's get ready to raid.
Yeah.
Ooh, Atlas is streaming, so let's raid out to Atlas tonight.
Yay.
But yeah, give Atlas lots of love. She's super cool. And just reminder, please go give all my players all the love because I love them. And thank you again, everyone. Thank you.